Well, great. Here we are again. Good to see you. Thumbs up from Bob there. Excellent. Well, while we're waiting for a couple people, if there's any questions or thoughts from yesterday, you know, about the tuning forks or crystal bowls, or of course anything coming up for the gongs or drums, we did mention a couple places that you could purchase instruments. Just if there's any thoughts at all or questions that you would like to chime in, this would be a good time as we're just waiting for a couple people here.
Yeah, I was looking around on the sites and a bit shocked by the price of many of the instruments, particularly the crystal bowls. And so it made me think before I make that kind of an investment, I want to make sure that I really get into fully utilizing what I have.
Hmm.
Um, and I was also curious. You'd mentioned you'd had a couple of breakages. Is that kind of the kind of thing that is covered by insurance if you have insurance as a practitioner?
Yeah, those are a few good points. When buying instruments at this stage, I would start simple. I really would. You use what you already have. Maybe you already have a Himalayan bowl and a drum, or maybe you want to get a couple tuning forks. Start simple and just really get to know those instruments well. Just really spend time with them, practice with them, and I encourage you to do a slow build of instruments rather than big sets at a time if you can. Usually with crystal bowls, people do like to get multiple at once, so that's where it gets expensive. Breakages are not common. I think the few crystal bowl breakages I had were, as I said, there was a couple there that were pretty random at this hotel, this kind of old hotel that I was teaching at. That is, very uncommon. But otherwise, I do let people use my crystal bowls at workshops, and there's a danger there. And through the insurance I have, and of course, my own home insurance covers things like that. But my practitioner insurance so far has covered the breakages at workshops. And basically, I just send in a picture of the broken glass, send it in to the insurance, and I've been able to replace them all. The only thing with that, for no fee, and the only thing with that is, um, especially with the garnet bowl, that was one of a kind. So I did get a replacement that was the same note, but it wasn't the same bowl. So you just have to be really careful, and you probably generally won't be letting other people use your nicest instruments, and that the crystal bowls really of all of these is what you have to be the most careful of. But yeah, they get expensive, and I didn't buy a set of crystal bowls all at once. I just kind of got one at a time, and then eventually I got a full set of practitioner bowls, and I did the whole thing. But I think I just had one nice size frosted bowl at first, um, one Himalayan bowl, and of course now I've got pretty much all that you can imagine. But yeah, does that answer your question? Kind of?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. You bet. Any other thoughts or questions this morning? We're still waiting on a couple people, but that's all right. Any other questions? Perfect. Great. That's great. Well, if you think of anything along the way, let me know. So yeah, yesterday we kind of wrapped up a bit of the Himalayan bowls, crystal bowls, and tuning forks, and today we're going into the voice, gong, and drums. And if we have some time for extras, we'll do that as well. So, the great thing about the voice is you don't have to buy anything, right? As long as you can speak, you can talk, and use your voice, you always have it with you, which is quite wonderful. And what's also great about the voice is it's unique to you. It's very personal. And it truly is your personal power and your personal tool for using vibration to really shift energy in your body. But it happens to be the one tool that people shy away from the most. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. You know, if there is shyness or constriction when it comes to the voice, people don't feel comfortable using it. Maybe they would use it for themselves, which is great. I would encourage you, especially if you are a little bit uncomfortable using your voice, to try these exercises for yourself. I think it'll really help shift things. But you might feel uncomfortable offering some of these practices to other people initially. And I think that just comes from, you know, some people when they were younger, maybe somebody told them that they shouldn't sing or they don't have a good voice, or maybe they tried to join choir and didn't have a good experience. There just seems to be many stories people have from when they were younger that, you know, they say that, well, so and so said I wasn't a good singer, and a lot of people sing for themselves, you know, but maybe not to others. And then we have other people that are, you know, singers, and there's no problem there. For me, you know, thinking back on my progression of instruments, I think, you know, Himalayan bowls, crystal bowls, tuning forks, those all came pretty quickly, and the drum as well. And I think it was the gongs and the voice that I came to kind of last. I don't have a favorite anymore. I love all of them. I feel very comfortable with all of them. But it was kind of a slow build for the gongs and the voice for me. And gongs have been really huge in my life the past few years, just kind of getting more understanding of them. But I think that the voice, if you do have discomfort, is going to be actually one that you really want to work with, because it will help your own self-healing, self-reflection, and just being able to shift your own energy, your own vibration, and kind of direct intention and vibration by using your voice, because you really can feel the vibration shift when you're using your voice as well. So what we'll be doing is quite simple. It's really not singing. We'll start with what's called toning, which is really just simple releases of sound on the breath for specific purposes. We will also do two different kinds of toning of the chakras. One is using vowel sounds, and we'll just take a quick look at that. And then we'll do bija mantras, which comes from the Vedic tradition. And that was one of the things I studied in India. So I can give you a little bit more detail about the what and why of those particular mantras. And those are just very short, one syllable mantras for each chakra for different purposes. And we'll talk about why mantras, why affirmations, why are those powerful. And we'll just have one practice here pretty quick with the voice together that we'll give a try. So, you know, the first thing when it comes to using the voice actually is the breath, because a lot of people, when they're naturally breathing, might be breathing from their chest, kind of shallow. You know, that can be very common if you're heightened, if you're kind of rushed, if you're just moving fast. Oh, gotta let somebody in here. You might notice if you just kind of feel where you're breathing from naturally right now as you're seated. Hi, Marna. Yeah, just see if you are breathing from the chest. Just take a breath. Or do you feel your belly expand? Just kind of see where your natural breathing is right now as you do a nice inhale and an exhale. What you want to do is slowly actually bring your breath down. You want to try not to breathe, and your shoulders probably shouldn't come up. That means you're probably breathing from up here. You want to be breathing lower so that when you inhale, your belly expands, and when you exhale, it comes in, right? So you're breathing deeper, slower breaths, and that will just activate more energy. And actually, this kind of deep breathing is really key for good health as well. Um, so, and you know, actually, breathing exercises and breathing visualizations can be a great way to start a session. because these deep breathing exercises are really good for relaxation. But what's also really cool, if you're doing this breathing exercise with a client or a friend, you are actually connecting, you're synchronizing together, you're kind of in training to the same kind of pulse and breath, and it's a great way to slow down together. So there's all kinds of breathing exercises. I would just generally encourage you um, to find a way to slow down the breath, to bring in calm, and to breathe a little bit deeper, right? To take it from the chest and kind of shoulder breathing and bring it down. All right, so let's just take a few deep breaths together. And you can put your hands on your belly, your abdomen if you want, and just see if your belly is expanding when you breathe in. If not, see if you can send that energy, that breath a little deeper. All right, just so on your own, a few deep breaths. So over time, it's great to get into a practice of elongating your inhale, right? If that was about like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. We could try to do it up to 6 or try to do it to 8. That's a way to slowly over time to kind of conserve your breath and your energy in that way. So with that deeper breathing, let's try a few tones together. And then we'll talk about why and kind of what these tones do to energy. The first one is like you are blowing through a straw. It's the sound of the wind. And so your mouth kind of makes a circle. It's like this. So try that a few times and do it slowly, right? The wind can be very forceful and very fast, but this is more like a gentle breeze. Just try that. Now, if you're not already feeling a shift, this last time, envision what it's doing to the energy. Your energy, how does it make you feel? But also, what is that doing to the energy around you? If you could visualize that breath, that vibration, what would it be doing? So do that one more time and see if you can feel any energy or a shift. So what does that feel like, that particular toning, like the sound of the wind? Anybody want to share how that made you feel, or just type in the chat box energetically how that felt?
I have a tapestry on my wall that is a like a forest setting with a waterfall and a pond. And as I was doing that, because I'm facing it, um, I almost imagined like with that sound that the trees in the tapestry were moving a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it
So
just kind of
very
drew me into
breeze like,
that.
yeah. And in a really gentle way.
Hmm.
Yeah. I can visualize that. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, Marna.
When I was tuning in, it's like I saw like a little mesh net around me, and I thought, that's interesting. I don't know why I would have a mesh net around me, but whatever. And so when I did it was like it broke through the net. And it was like for whatever reason, it's like my being is going through the net and I'm outside of the net now. But it wasn't a very big hole. It
Hmm.
was kind of maybe this big, maybe this, the sound of the, so it was just like I was slipping through the net with the sound barrier being broken.
Wow. So expanding beyond whatever that, yeah, that kind of grid or mesh was. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. That's a really good description. How interesting. Yeah. Thank you. And then
Thank
Deanna's saying, for me, more detoxing, which is perhaps what my body needs. I know the body intuitively does what it needs. And she says, Marna, you are breaking out of the negative client, the energies, the negative
thank
energies.
you
Yeah.
so much. I'm getting goosebumps. Thanks.
That's wonderful. So yeah, so if you think about that, if you can kind of visualize what that kind of sound is doing, it's very gentle, it's nourishing, it can be opening and expanding, which I think really Marna is what you were doing there, kind of from your grid, your matrix, you were able to kind of expand that and break through. It's quite beautiful. So it's what is so interesting is in our lives, day-to-day basis, especially kids, make noises all the time, right? We're sighing, we're releasing all the time. If we stub our toe, we usually make some kind of release. You know, we don't say bam, we say like ah, or maybe a swear word, but we're releasing all the time. And especially kids use these kinds of releases as a coping mechanism, like humming, or we use lullabies. I mean, this is very, very common. And if we always held in these kind of sounds, you know, think if you just really held that in. So I think it's really appropriate to make these different kinds of sounds. That one I find very nourishing. Let's try this one. And if you were to spell this next one out, it would be s like a snake. Okay, and so this is right kind of at the top of your lip. You should feel it buzzing. Okay, so try that a few times on your breath. And how does that feel energetically? What is that doing if you could visualize energy right in front of your mouth? That one, it's hard to tell when you're done or not. How was that for your energy? Anybody want to? I have a couple of things that come to mind when I do that, but anybody want to share what that one feels like?
I feel that more in inside the top of my head, and it created more of a vibration in my head, inside my head, and of course around the mouth and the cheeks, but up the top of my head.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you can feel it kind of vibrating in there too. And Gianna says, I could feel it at the upper back area, moving the energy there. It must be where you need that. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, Mary, did you have something on that one?
I feel like it makes me want to gasp for breath because it slows down my exhale so much. It's creating more resistance to the exhale. So I'm like fighting the urge to want to, I don't know.
Absolutely. Definitely. This is definitely more of a releasing one. And of course, it could be done really quickly. And for me, I compare that sound almost to a rattle. If you think of an egg shaker, right? It makes this energy. And to me, it's a very pointed, right? Because you just got kind of this fine thing. And Marna says it brings up guilt and shame for me. So yeah, this is very releasing of any resistance. There's something about that sound, and then it's always been associated with a snake. Yeah, it's an interesting one, but usually used for dispersal of energy. So if it brought up some kind of emotion for you, to be released. That could be why, Marna. Yeah, Lucinda.
Where I'm feeling that now is it's settled into my sinuses and I feel all this opening up. Ooh.
Nice. Yeah, it really does kind of buzz, up and your cranial sutures, but also your sinuses as well. Yeah, well, that's great that they've opened up. I know we're in allergy season over here too, so yeah, great. Okay, and so a couple other ones that I want to do, and this is more for kind of directing sounds to different parts of your body. Now, this one is going to be as low as you can sing. So when you first start doing this one, um, you'll probably start at a tone, but then see if you can go lower the next time you try it. Usually when we start singing low, we realize we can go much lower than when we first started. So this is I just typed it in there. It's going to be really, really low. And see with your intention and even visualization, maybe with your hands, if you can send this down. So, down your legs, down your feet. Maybe you can even feel your feet vibrating, buzzing. Some people can. So as low as you can go, and start at a certain range and then see if you can get lower. And visualize that that energy is going all the way down your legs into the ground. All right. So I'll mute myself for this one so you can get your own tone, but it's okay. So was anybody feeling that going down their legs and their feet? Did you have more tension in your lower part of your body there? Marna's nodding. Deanna's saying no. Anybody else? Where were you feeling that?
Well, I was feeling like it was a very unpleasant sound with it being, so low and trying to force my voice so low.
Mm,
But I was more focused on how unpleasant it sounded that I had a hard time getting past that.
okay. Yeah. Yeah. And when we get to the toning the vowels sounds, that's for the root chakra. And what might be appropriate is to start more at a middle tone for the heart, which is what we're about to do, and then try to get lower, right? Because if you're really trying to get that lower range, yeah, I can see how that could be uncomfortable. Anybody actually feel it? Marna, you said you were feeling it in your legs and your yeah.
I felt it all the way down into my feet, down into the ground. So and my legs were kind of buzzy. My feet
Cool,
buzzy.
cool, awesome. Yeah, the idea here is that if we can project tones and vibrations and really send our energy to a place in our body, then we can our healing intent as well, right? You can really direct energy and intention to a certain place within your body. So let's do the heart one now. That's a great one. That'll just be right at your mid-range, the kind of the tone that you speak in, and that's ah, like a ah. And compared to when you're kind of going low, it kind of can feel closed off. If you're trying to get kind of low, ah should be very opening. Okay. And I would actually have your hands at your heart. I would love to see if you can really feel that vibration at your chest. I'll just give you an example. Right, and just kind of see if you feel that vibration at your chest. and maybe even smile into it a little bit. If you want to have any intent for your heart energy, that would be appropriate to do now as well. So just try that a few times. Yeah, and that one, a lot of people use that to expand heart energy as well. So maybe you're really getting that vibrating, that heart energy here. And then I'm going to offer it to you. And just send it out, right? And so that's a great thing that you can do with other people, is just get that vibration, that smile going, and see if you can feel that energy shift when you have a group of people together. It can be quite powerful. Yeah, good. So could you feel that in your chest vibrating? That one is much easier to feel than that lower one. Okay. Okay, now as high as you can sing, we're going to do E. And this one is for sending energy up here. When you do this one, I would actually encourage you to raise your eyes, almost look between your eyebrows and send it up. And I would, kind of see if you can feel it and where it's vibrating. You might be able to feel it in your sinuses, in your jaw. So this is E. And I will definitely mute myself for this. When you have a whole group of people doing this one at different pitches, it can be a little, a little interesting sounding. So E as high as you can and raise that energy up. See if you can send direct energy and just lift. Do you feel yourself lifting as you do that? Okay. And again, this one you might want to sing kind of high and then see if you can raise it up the second time you do it or the third time you do it. All right, so here's just an example. Right? But I can definitely do it higher than that. So next time I'm gonna do a little higher, higher. Okay? So go ahead and try that on your own. And just take some calming breaths after that one. Okay, did that feel like it was, I don't think I saw anybody actually feeling their jaw or their nose, but that one can really kind of vibrate up in your head. Kind of the skull plates you can feel vibrating. So that can be very opening if you need it. Anybody want to share anything on these last couple?
That for me was um, just so highly concentrated in my throat and
Mm-hmm.
upper, maybe diaphragm. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I had a really difficult time increasing the um, the note, but very slightly. I mean, I think
Mm-hmm.
as I've aged, my voice has gotten much lower, and so singing high is really a strain for me.
Okay, yeah. So your high might not be as high as, and yeah, certainly there's something about the E. that can tend to constrict a little bit, right? So maybe a different vowel could be appropriate. It could be good to try. And when I show you that the vowel toning, you might find one that feels more natural, kind of more opening rather than kind of constricting. And Deanna at the heart felt synchronizing with the angels and E, making sure it isn't just E in my throat, but breathing E from my belly. It opened up the back of my nose after I stopped. Okay, great descriptions, Deanna. Thank you. Okay, so here's what we want to try. And I want to see, Katie, would you be my volunteer? Okay, so go ahead and unmute. I want to demonstrate something, and this is going to be a distance session through toning, through just using my voice. Let's say I own no other instruments, and I want to help Katie with a particular issue. Okay, so hopefully you aren't feeling any aches or pains, but are you feeling any stiffness, any aches anywhere, any physical concerns that I could address?
We could do my throat because after the E, I feel it in my throat.
Feels constricted?
Yes.
Okay. And did it get kind of a little scratchy or rough?
It's a little scratchy because I have a very low voice anyway. So when I try to go up, I really
Sure. Okay, that is very common. I think that's what Sarah Lise was saying as well. It's very common. Okay. So in person, you would do this for the person in front of them. But since we're doing this distance, I'm just going to, I can see her on the screen, I can see her throat, and I'm going to make some choices based on some of these toning things that we just did to direct energy, to release, and to kind of nourish that area. Okay, so I'm just going to use my intuition. I like to use my hands when I'm doing it, just to help visualize that I'm directing this energy. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and hopefully soothe Katie's throat, and then we'll see what we think. All right, so here we go. How do you feel?
much better. Much better. Do you want me to describe?
Please, that would be great. Yeah, yeah.
First of all, you look like an angel. But the first sounds, the O's, was like the O's look like smoke signal O's coming out from the sides. Then this cleared it all out. So it was almost like the relaxation, the dissonant, and then the rebalancing. So then when you rebalanced everything, and then you blew out the last of what was there, the last remnant. So that was beautiful. That was a beautiful healing.
Great. Thanks for the description. Yeah, that's what I was really trying to do, of course, with the kind of wind sound. Honestly, that's just for kind of relaxation and nourishing at the beginning, just to get us both relaxed. It's very gentle, kind of an opening, just to get that area. And I was directing. I can see her, so I was kind of directing that to that area. And then with the S, very much I was, I
And
guess you couldn't see my hand, but I was kind of circling at the area and then kind of pulling the energy further away.
it was like popping. It was popping and leaving.
Wow.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, I very much think it's like a rattle, right? You kind of shake, 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 and then pull out. I was doing that with my hands for me. Um, that kind of helps me uh, direct the energy visually and just my own energy. But yeah, with the S, that's very much like shaking up the area. And then I did an ah just to kind of offer that
It
harmony
was like
energy.
rebalance. Like,
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what I was trying to do. And then at the end, I did one, I think I did one more, maybe two more of the,
but that
yeah,
was
just
the
the
gentle,
calming. Just
calm.
wash that, let that energy integrate at a very calm, in a calm way. Okay. Does that make sense? What I did there? Okay. Um,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Thanks for volunteering, and that's great. And what's, great about this is, gosh, at this time you might not want to do that in person directly on a person, right? Because we're not supposed to be doing that type of work without masks. So, but she felt, can you believe that? It's just really amazing. And until you try this distance remote work, it's hard to explain until you really experience it, but she very much did. So awesome. That's great. So we're going to try practice exercises with this, and this might be the most hmm, leap of faith or, uncomfortable type practice initially because, a lot of times we're using the bowl and it's just, it's kind of something outside of us. But when we're using our own voice and doing this, um, there can be a little bit of shyness with it at first, but I just encourage you to try it, whatever it might be. You're going to ask your friends in your breakout session, where can I direct some energy? Or do you have tension or aches and pains somewhere that I can release from? And you can choose from any of the sounds that we've already done, or use your intuition, use your gut. And I would just encourage you to do something kind of relaxing for you because, you're going to be making this sound for someone. You just want to kind of get relaxed, but also for them. And then if you want to release from an area, some people like to do that kind of E tone to really release as well. So just kind of see how you feel. Yeah, Sarah Lise, you had a question.
Just curious about ohm, which is often
Oh,
used.
yes, I could do a whole class on Om. Om is, of course, a mantra that's really supposed to symbolize kind of the creative force of the universe. Truly, truly, Om is this underlying tone behind everything. It's the sound stream that connects us all. And yeah, Om, I would think could be used very relaxing. If you want to do Om, would be very calming. And just to kind of, as far as for yourself doing Om, that's a great one to actually feel where your energy's shifting because a lot of times people, if you're going to spell it out, it would be A-U-M followed by silence. And if you say Om, you'll hear the in the back of your throat. So just say Om. And if you say it slowly, Om, you'll hear the A at the beginning. So you actually just elongate that to really feel it. Om. And you can feel the M for me really shakes right here. So that actually is a really great one just to feel your energy shift. But if you wanted to offer Om to someone as a chant, I think that would be very grounding and it would be kind of like about unity and connection, and just creating a beautiful vibration. So that would be a great choice to use at the beginning or end of a session, or when you want to just offer this kind of feeling of unification and connectedness. Yeah, yeah, great, great point. Okay, so we're going to break off in these groups. We're going to give this a try of offering each other sounds. In a group, when we're together, sometimes two people do it at once. So you have your person, let's say that Katie has the throat issue. You would have two people offering it at once and releasing at once, kind of doing it choreographing it. It's really kind of cool. So you can kind of decide if you want to do that and how that will work in this format, or you can just kind of go one by one, offering each other these kind of toning, relaxing tones. And if there's any tension, anywhere you want a release, let's give it a try and just be supportive and accepting of each other, and try to alleviate any discomfort when it comes to this vocal work. All right, any questions before I shoot you off to your breakout rooms? And it looks like, so we must be missing two people. So when I kind of send you off, I'm going to see if anybody's been trying to contact me, if there's a reason they're not on here. So, but I'll jump into your rooms and see if you need anything in a little bit. All right, so I'm just going to randomly send you off. So see where you arrive. The first group back. Okay. There we go. Okay, looks like we have everybody back. Great, I jumped in on a couple sessions and didn't want to interrupt too much, but it seems like there's some great sharing going on. Anybody want to mention anything before we move on about that practice? Yeah, Deanna. Yeah, can you unmute yourself? And then just make sure your microphone is. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. All righty. So I told Marna and Sarah Lise that I have an injury in my left arm from donating blood about 10 days ago. And so Sarah Lise led the healing and she worked on me. And at first, I love visualization, so she took me down that hypnotic visualization path, and I could visualize white light coming right into that area that needs healing. And then right before she started toning, I could feel my hands buzzing, like pulsating, left, right, left, right. So I could feel the energy buzzing in my hands. And then when she started toning, I could just literally feel that energy just coming at me and coming into me. And right before that, I could feel like right on in the crown of my head, I could feel energy moving there. I could feel the energy coming at my body. So yeah, very powerful healing. Thank you.
Very cool. What a great description. I don't know if it was just on my end, but you were frozen there, and I couldn't quite.
So that's
I
all.
didn't quite catch everything, but I think I caught most of it there. That just sounds like a wonderful experience, and not only just felt physically, but energetically, you really did feel a shift as well through that. Awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. Very good. Anybody else want to share anything? Yeah, Lynette, go ahead and yeah, you're unmuted.
So two things came up for me. One was I felt like I wanted to go back to some of my old practices with yoga therapy and bring in some intention setting and positive affirmations. So I stopped myself from that because this is the sound healing. But I didn't stop myself altogether because I did have her take a deep breath and do some cleansing first. Is that okay to add stuff in modality wise?
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely do. I incorporate Reiki and I incorporate, well,
Okay.
mantras and affirmations. That's what we're just about to get to right now.
Mhm.
It has so much to do with intention setting. And yeah,
Okay.
a lot of people incorporate yoga and sound healing or Reiki or cranial sacral therapy, shamanic work. Absolutely. That's what makes, what you have to offer that much more unique and powerful. Yeah, that's great.
And my other thing was, so Mary worked on me, and I found it really effective. And I was, pretty stuffy up in my head, and then with what she was doing with the different pitches and with her vowel sounds, it really popped it open. But the one thing that I wanted to share was, it was really weird because while she was doing that, she was speaking, I could here in the room, it was like we had this imaginary assistant. And then I thought, well, maybe are you in the room and you're just not showing your face, but you're doing some blowing? Because it was like there was a, going on. It was like it was clearing out the energy at the same time she was doing these vowel sounds. It was cool. And it was like, I popped open, and then I told him my eyes started leaking, because it just like broke it up and the tears came through and just, and cleared it. So it was really neat.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent. That's great. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. It's really amazing what these simple techniques can do. And it sounds like, the people you're working with really did that, have that intention. I think, if you're directing that energy, directing that intention, and you're open to it, you're really kind of allowing this process. You're just going to feel it that much more, what you did. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. I think we'll keep going unless anybody wants to chime in. Excellent. Okay. Well, thanks for all trying that one, and hopefully that felt pretty good. And what we're going to do next, we're going to look just briefly at what is vocal toning for the chakras, and I'll just show you the sheet that you have within your vocal module. I'll just explain it really quick, but we'll actually do the process for it with the Bija mantras, which is a Ayurvedic system. But let me show you this one really quick so you know that you have it, and it just kind of takes what we did just up a notch, applying them to the chakras. So you should now be able to see toning the chakras with vowel sounds. Hopefully you can all see that. And so you'll see some of the ones that we already did. There's for the root, U for the sacral, O for the solar plexus, there's for the heart, which we did. I is for the throat, A for the third eye, and then there's E way up there at the crown. And so you'll get a copy of this in the email later today, and it's in your modules online as well. Now, for this process, similar to what we just did, what you're doing is focusing on this particular tone, this vowel sound, with your intention and your attention, right? What you're doing is like, okay, I'm going to send, let's say I want to tone my solar plexus, right? That's really about personal power and self-confidence. So I would do O. I might even put my hand there at the solar plexus and really have this intention and my attention on this particular area, that I'm activating it. And then I would just tone that area, or right, you would chant or vocalize that particular vowel 3 to 5 times. It really kind of depends. For the purposes of this, a lot of people do the whole thing as far as like balancing and aligning all of them. You would start at the bottom and do 3 times. Just like we were doing, you would do it 3 times, and then you would move up and you would do ooh, and then you would do oh, you do each center, directing your attention, bringing it up 3 times, just not singing, but also really kind of visualizing that you're working on that center and directing your attention there. And then traditionally, a lot of people will then go back down, and then you would go all the way back down to the root to balance the chakras. Some people just go all the way up these vowels and then jump back to the root so they don't leave themselves up here. It really kind of depends on your purposes. Or, just like we were doing, if somebody has a particular chakra or an area in their body that needs attention, you could just do one of these, right? You could do and tone that or direct that energy for the heart chakra. Or you could recommend it to a person, right? Maybe you can tell that, or within a session, they're really needing some heart energy. You could recommend that they maybe hum for their heart, or sing for heart energy, and that's something that you could recommend to them, and they don't have to buy an instrument. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this process, but with another type of system, and it's called Bija mantras. But the way we're going to do it will be exactly the same as how you would practice this if you were going to do toning for all the chakras. So I'm going to stop the screen share and go to the Bija mantras, and we'll try that. And let me just type in, because it's not actually on the sheet that I'm going to show you, that's the spelling of Bija, B-I-J-A. And this will also be in your materials online, and I'll send this sheet out later in an email. But through my own studies, I've learned a little bit more detail about these that I thought would be fun to share. So Let me find the Bija mantra chart. That looks pretty small on my screen. We'll have to see. Let me know if you can see that. Can you see that? Right, it shows the chakras and okay, great, great. So Bija mantras comes from the Vedic, Ayurvedic system, and I did learn a bit of this in India, and those are specific monosyllable, right, just one word seed sounds or words of power. And they were developed to create harmony, balance, and shift energy in the human body and the mind and the soul. And what is really amazing about this that I've learned and was able to kind of see some of the studies, this particular mantra system is thousands of years old, right? And how they selected these particular mantras for these particular chakras, I don't think we can really know. But what is so fascinating about studies now that they've done in India is when you say the mantra for the root chakra, which you can see there is Lam. Each of those have an A in them, but it actually would be like if they had a U. So it's not lamb, it's lum. That when you chant that particular mantra, that both thermally with thermal imaging and electromagnetic imaging, you can see that part of the body light up, right? And when you do hum at the throat chakra, if you're doing a scan, right, with actual technology, you see that area of the body lights up. So, there is actual studies and evidence that shows that these particular mantras do direct energy to those particular areas of your body and those chakras. So somehow they discovered this and knew this thousands of years ago, and now we just kind of have the scientific evidence that is true. And one reason is what happens, and we'll talk a little bit more about the meridian points in the mouth in just a minute, but you are stimulating energy in the mouth when you do this. It's almost like an electrical charge that gets sent. And let me just see, how do I get to the chat? It looks like somebody just wrote something. There we go. Hum. Yeah, I think it's appropriate that hum would be the throat chakra. Hum. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. So the first 5 of these are directly related to 5 different tongue positions, and that's not always taught, but I'll mention that because what you're doing is activating a meridian point. There's actually 84 meridian points in your mouth, 64 meridian points in the hard palate, and 20 in the soft palate. So you truly are activating when you say these in different parts of your mouth. And it's said to be stimulating these reflex points for the 5 elements. So Lam is for the earth, Vam is for water, Ram is for fire, Yam is for air, right, the heart chakra, and Hum is for ether, which is really kind of this more expansive energy. And so we're going to go through each of these and chant these together, just so you kind of get a feeling for what they're used for, what the specific energy for each chakra would be. And the other thing that's done in this process that you could also do with the vowel toning that we just looked at is excess versus depletion. We've kind of talked about excess, which is like overwhelmed or kind of overactive energy, and depletion is when something's kind of fatigued or you're really kind of feeling a lack of energy in your throat. That's just an example. So when an energy center is depleted, in this system, you would say that particular mantra more frequently to activate it. So let's say I'm just not feeling grounded, I'm not feeling centered or really anchored. So for Lum, for the roots, I would say Lum, 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 right? I would really activate it, right? Or let's say gosh, what's another example? I've got like excess at the heart, right? My heart energy, maybe it's just almost overreaching and I'm not getting enough within. I would actually, for excess, I would calm it down. I would do it softer and longer, so it would be yum, just really calm, right? So again, for excess, you would calm it down in a very nourishing way. And if it was depleted and kind of tired, you would wake it up. You would say it more actively. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay. So let's go ahead and just go through these. For each one, I'm going to tell you, what the center is, how to pronounce it, kind of where to say it in your mouth, and then we'll say it a few times. Of course, right now, we don't necessarily need to analyze if something is excess or depleted. But if you know you need more energy in an area, if you're really feeling that, you could say it more frequently.
Natalie,
The first one there you'll see is lum for the root chakra.
and that's
And
Earth.
this is about, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That one's Earth.
Yes, correct. So that's strengthening the earth element in the body and mind. And so this relates to stability, being solid. So we really use this to enhance these qualities in our life, just really feeling secure. So when we're feeling fearful, unsteady, unsure, this mantra brings us balance. Okay. And so to pronounce this oh, Lucinda, go ahead.
I noticed when we were doing the toning exercise prior to this, some of the sounds I could do very clear and sustained, and other sounds there was a lot of vibrato or breaking up. Would that then indicate a lack of energy with the sound where I'm not able to sustain it?
Absolutely. Yeah, that might be something that would need more energy. And yeah, some people do kind of try to read their energy or do an assessment, a scan with their voice.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah. So kind of
But-
if you were doing those vowel tones,
mhm.
you could kind of see what feels weaker, what isn't feeling as strong and give that more energy.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great question. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure there wasn't any other questions here. Got a lot on my screen at once. Okay. So lum. How you pronounce that is, the word alum or alumni. Just say alum. Alum. Yeah, or like alumni, like a graduate of somewhere. What happens with the L, do you feel that it kind of does it kind of goes up to the top of your upper palate, alum, and you feel it lum, like in front of your teeth on the upper palate, right? So that's kind of where the point is for lum. The tongue goes back, forward, and kind of strikes at your upper palate right before your teeth, okay? So for some people, and I'll mention this really quickly, whether it's the vowel tones or this one, if you want to support, you could use a bowl as kind of like your main pitch, and you could sing along with it, lum, lum, if you want. I usually just kind of do it on its own. And I personally like to start a little bit lower for the root, and then each one that I do, I get a little bit higher, right? And that can be really your own range of voice. So let's focus on our root chakra and just being very grounded and stable and center. And why don't we just do this a nice medium, not too soft, not too active. Let's just offer some energy to the root with toning lum. Okay. And this can be a little bit lower in your range. Let's do it 3 times. Lum. 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 Yeah, so what happens, there was a question in the chat box. The moment of like electricity happens when you lum, but then you know your tongue keeps going forward. Just when you say the L, lum, you'll feel that it goes up and strikes the top of your mouth. Does that make sense? I'll have to look at the chat and see who asked that. Yeah, so when you say lum, and then your tongue comes back forward and relaxed. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, so the next chakra, of course, is the sacral chakra, and Vam is the bija mantra that strengthens the water element. So really this relates to our ability to flow smoothly from one event to the next and really nourish others and ourselves. This is about the ebb and the flow of water, and actually has a lot to do with passion, intimacy and passion for life and just living our authentic life. So this is a good mantra to chant when you're feeling agitated, scattered, or maybe stuck, really not in the flow. Maybe you have writer's block or just something's not coming naturally. This could be a really good one to do. And this is about placing the upper set of teeth on the intersection of your lower lip and just kind of getting a buzz going, like the sound of a fast car. Like if you were going to say vroom, vroom, when you kind of make the sound of a fast car, vroom, that V gets a buzz going in your lip, right? Vroom, right? So you say vum, and when you say vum, you should feel that buzz going on in your lip, okay? And that's what you want. All right. So same thing, let's just do this 3 times. If you feel like you want to really activate this water element, this ebb and flow, go ahead and do vum, 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 more active. I'm just going to do it at a nice and medium tone. But if you feel really overwhelmed in the sacral chakra, which can certainly happen in excess, you would do it more calming and more slow. Okay, so this is VUM. And if you want to, just to kind of help your attention, you can put your hands just below your belly button just to direct your attention to your sacral area. Okay. VUM. 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 Okay, and to really fully be in this process, you want to do that a particular center for a couple minutes just to really, there's a lot of different things to consider here. Pronouncing something, why am I doing this? What am I doing it for? What's the intention? So once you kind of get comfortable with these, I would, spend a couple minutes sending energy to that center through this particular mantra. Okay, so let's just keep going though. For our purposes, let's move up to the solar plexus. This is Rum. And this is, always interesting when you have a group of people chanting rum together. It's always kind of funny if somebody walks by, they're like, what's going on in there? Okay, so in the chat, is this only for self-care, or is this energy can be sent or absolutely, this can be directed to other people. You can be directing that energy. It's great for self-care, or you can recommend it to someone. You can teach them how to do this for themselves if you really feel, or maybe you're doing a session and you just find that they're really depleted in a particular center. You can say, here's just a really short mantra that just chant whenever you think of it, whenever you can. So yeah, it can be applicable in all situations. Okay, so moving to Rum. This is for the solar plexus, and this is the energy of fire. And this, also represents our ability to digest, literally and figuratively, and transformation work on ourselves, personal power, just that kind of oomph that we need when we really want to be motivated and have that spark, that fiery energy. So this really can spark that transformational work and help you burn through any obstacles that have arisen. And so this one, pronouncing it, kind of similar to lum, but if you know how to roll your R's, like in Spanish, your tongue goes back to the front section of the upper palate, and it would be like you're pronouncing the word rumble, rumble, right? And so your R goes back, rum, rum. So it's just like a little flick on the upper palate, rum. So have your tongue go back, rum, and then it shoots forward, right? So if you're going to do that, you can kind of feel that spot where that R hits in the upper palate. Rum, rum, okay? So again, let's just try this a few times to get into it. You could place your hands on your ribs. That would be a good place for the solar plexus, just kind of above your belly button on your ribs. And again, if you were doing this in a process, at the heart level, that's kind of your speaking voice, right? And the lower you are, the lower the tone you are, the higher you go, you're up in your higher range. So we're pretty close to our mid-range of chanting or singing. If we start real low for the root, we're going to be pretty close to mid-range by the time we get to rum. All right, so we'll just do 3 times of rum for our fire element. Rum. Just feel your tongue go back and hit the upper palate. Rum. 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 Okay. And then we move our attention to the air element at the heart. This is yum. And of course, the air is about, kind of our ability to move kind of quickly and kind of not be against the wind, just to move in a free flow with the breeze. And of course, the heart is very much about compassion and inspiration and giving and receiving. Let me see, there's just another message that popped up. Yeah, I often feel, most of these you are going to feel in your lips and your throat because that's where you're really producing the sound. So absolutely, that's very common. Our attention is really focused on pronouncing right now. So we will be feeling a lot of energy here. So it's really our mind, our awareness that's focusing on these different areas. But like I said, it's been shown that these particular meridian points that we're focusing on do direct energy to these spots as well. But yeah, you'll be feeling these in your lips, in your head as well. Okay, so yum, right, for the air element, for the heart. So this is really, really good when you need some self-care or just to offer yourself some love, or actually just kind of gaining some enthusiasm and perspective and some joy in your heart. Your heart is so powerful. So this is more about air, right? This is the air element. So you're going to kind of inhale through the mouth, and then you pronounce the word yum and you allow the sound along with your breath to fill your mouth and throat. Yum. So it's very breathy, right? So you're actually expanding the air element in your mouth. This isn't necessarily about your tongue placement. You're breathing in, like you can actually hear it. And then when you say yum, just actually feel that in your mouth, just creating more air and more of an opening. Okay. So let's give that a try. I'll go ahead and leave myself unmuted so you can hear how I do it, but just also see how that feels. And you can put your hands at your heart just to remind yourself that we're focusing on this heart energy and the air element. Okay. Yum. 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 Okay. All right, so let's keep going with our last few here. And again, a lot of times with these mantras and these things that aren't particularly familiar, especially if they're not in our language, once we get to the Sanskrit mantras, they can kind of seem outside of us at first until we really get used to the meanings and the intention and the experience with it. So just give yourself some allowance here just to give these a try. Okay, so we're moving to the throat. And this is related to the ether element. And this has to do with increasing our sense of spaciousness and openness, expansiveness. And so you want to chant hum when you're feeling closed off, not just at the throat, but closed off from your world, maybe shut down, constricted. So this is about opening new space in your life for new connections, new methods of expression, speaking, your personal truth as well. And this, so if you think of ether, spaciousness, expansiveness, this one is similar in a way to yum and kind of creating the air element. But what's most important about this one is breathing past the sound. So if I did hum, hum, I'm still breathing, I'm still kind of releasing this air past the M. So let me do a full example of that. I don't know if you'll be able to hear my breath, but I'll let you know once I've completed it. So I'll do this kind of slowly. Hum. Still breathing. I'm still breathing past it. So you're kind of releasing that breath and creating more of this expansiveness after the M. All right, so what you could do, you could kind of have your hands, maybe if you can lean on a table or something in front of you, or just rest back and have your attention here. Some people actually like to have more of open hands rather than, this kind of does feel constricting in a way. So you could have more of an opening at the throat. Okay, so this is hum for the throat chakra, the ether element of expansiveness. And just go ahead and do a nice long toning on this one and then breathe past it. Okay. Hum. 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 And that can definitely be one that you do nice and slow, long breaths. It can be very relaxing and opening. And you could apply that kind of relaxing, long toning technique to any of these centers that you feel really need some relaxation or nourishing or gentle energy. Okay, so we briefly mentioned Om, right? Just a little bit ago. And Om, this particular chant is interesting because it actually is for the third eye and crown. But for the crown, you do it silently, internally. But for the third eye, which is what we're getting to right now, so these aren't linked to the five elements, right? Which is earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Now we've gotten to the bridge to the more spiritual realms, which are not necessarily related to those five elements. But once you've worked on all these more physical elements, we're now kind of getting more and more etheric, more and more spiritual to the intuitive centers of third eye and crown. And so the third eye is all about intuition, mysticism, understanding, reflection, imagination. And so when you're feeling that lack of clarity, or maybe even mental fog, if you ever get kind of that blurriness kind of in your head, sometimes that happens when you get fatigued, this can be a really great one to do. And this one, you inhale audibly through your nostrils so you can hear it. And then you direct the stream of air to the point between your eyebrows. So that actually means that maybe you're raising your eyebrows, you're just visualizing, right, that air element is coming here. So it's kind of similar. Earlier today I said, okay, when you do E, really visualize that you're lifting. That's kind of what you're doing with this one, is that you're visualizing that this air is coming to this center at your third eye. So some people like to raise their eyebrows or even kind of look up into that point when they do it, okay? And so this is Om, which you can do very extended, just to do it nice and gently and long toning, and just to direct your attention to that point in between your eyes. So let's just try that a few times on your own. Okay, and so that one can really bring you in and bring your attention to that area. And now, so the next one for the crown is the same thing, but you're singing inside of yourself. I don't know if you've ever kind of sung to yourself. You can actually hear yourself inside. I know that's kind of a weird thing to try to explain, but since you just toned Om out loud, you're going to be imagining it. You're going to be singing within yourself. And so the crown, this is really when we're talking about this awareness, spirituality, and so when we're feeling cynicism or kind of really a lack of spiritual connection, this will be a great one to tone, along with the third eye, doing the crown internally. Of course, you could actually do any of these within just internally if you're in an environment that you couldn't do it out loud. I highly encourage doing mantras and affirmations all the time. So if you're in a place where you don't really want people to hear you, you could just do them within your mind, and that's kind of what gets it to come within and really internalize it and get your subconscious to kind of get that going on automatic pilot, right? So let's just try Om silently to ourselves for the crown, for the spiritual connection, and see if you can hear yourself internally. Okay. So the Bija mantras with some extra detail for you. And of course, you could apply that to the vowel toning as well. Perhaps there's something about these that is not as approachable because the words are kind of foreign. Well, remember that the crown is E. Maybe instead of singing it out loud, you could still draw your attention up and sing it internally to yourself or recommend that for someone. So these can really go hand in hand or cross over for yourself in a session or for recommending them to someone. Okay.
These are Indian.
Yes, these are from the Vedic, the Indian tradition. They're Sanskrit, correct? Yeah. And these are thousands of years old. And what is so fascinating about yogic paths that is not necessarily known is there's sound practices in all yogic paths. There's sound practices in all yogic paths. But just as many of these traditions came over to the West, what tended to latch on was more the asanas, the postures, the more physical practices. But yoga has so much philosophy, so many different practices and purifications and breathing, and all yogic paths have sound practices. So it's really fascinating kind of looking at these different sound traditions that are so old from all over the world. They were already doing this. And of course, sound healing is blossoming right now, but it's been with us throughout human history. We're just kind of remembering, remembering how to do these things. So okay, we better take a break here, and we'll just do a couple more vocal things when we come back and talk a little bit more about affirmations and mantras, and then we'll get to gongs after that. So why don't we take a nice 15-minute break, as I know it's approaching snack time for some of us, for some of you. So we will reunite at 5 after the hour, and I'll just get that stopwatch going. All right, see you in a bit.
I'm sorry,
Natalie. I just wanted to share with you that I enjoyed the gong bath this morning, and I checked my heart rate. I was lying down on my yoga mat, and I checked my heart rate, and it was been between 70 and 75. And when I was checking it after the gong therapy session or whatever, it was 56.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, it's usually somewhere between 60, I mean, at the lowest, 60 and, maybe generally 72 or something like that.
But
But
that's a pretty big shift in a
yeah,
short amount of time.
I
Yeah.
know. It was great.
Excellent. Oh, that's great. That's excellent. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about the gong wash that just whew, just so expansive, really can slow you down. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, we're just going to do a couple more things with voice and particularly talking about mantra and affirmations. So I'll just get right into it here. I think there's people probably there but eating, so we can't see their faces, and that's just fine. So yeah, let's talk about mantra, which this applies to affirmation and prayer as well, which relates to intention. This is all intentional work. And so mantra itself, the Sanskrit word, is in two parts. Man means mind, and tra means like transport or vehicle. So it's really this tool for transformation of your mind and this vehicle for transformation. And what's so, fascinating about this is all over the world we find traditions of like these magical words or spells, these words of power and charms that are said to unlock, these mysteries and these secrets of the world. Um, and so what's really interesting is that there's just like this association with words having power in poetry, religion, mysticism. And so you just think of abracadabra or expecto patronum. Of course, that's Harry Potter. It's not just the word that has power, there's something behind it, right? There's like another force behind it. So, I guess the question is, do we have any proof that there's significance to sound and vibration in our words? Well, I would say, the first thing I would say is we'll just think back to that first day when we looked at cymatics and that beautiful structure and symmetry and sacred geometry that was happening with sound. And then you also think of on that first day we talked about Emoto's work with water and how that you can really shift um, basically the construct of water itself with intentions, with words, with music. So um, there is something there. There definitely is something there. And I think when it comes to mantra and intention work, there's this focus. And it's not just like a focus of what you're saying, but it's the presence of doing it. It's the emotion behind it and the tone and the way you practice it, the energy. Um, and you kind of think of, I think of martial arts, and when people break through that piece of wood with just the soft palate of their hand, I think the steps to that are focus, intention, energy, manifests, right? You've got the focus. This is what I'm going to do. This is the intent. You can see yourself doing it. And then the energy manifests that you can break through this piece of wood. Or, even in, gosh, have you ever heard a news story of moms picking up a car in an accident and actually like lift up a car after that was on a child in an accident? It's like, how is that even possible? We think there's just like this some magic, but in reality we're talking about chi or prana, life force energy. It is reality, and sometimes with adrenaline, it'll come out like that. But we really do have access to it. And so when it comes to mantra, this is what we're doing. We're stimulating a charge, like electricity, um, that is intended to activate a certain either area in your body or chakra or specific intention, just like I alluded to really briefly with the Bija mantras, that there are 84 meridian points in your mouth. So you're actually stimulating the hypothalamus, the pituitary, your chakras, you're igniting your energy channels as you do these mantras. Um, so there's that, but there's also, besides this kind of force and energy that happens, is that mantra really brings you back to some kind of simplicity. It's a way to kind of quiet and train the mind or meditate, and it's a tool. It's really a powerful tool, whether you're doing this in English or in Sanskrit or whatever it might be. That what is powerful about it, and also could be used in the wrong way, is we often get entrained and kind of on automatic pilot with quite negative things. We can say really critical things to ourselves and we don't even think of it. We're just used to it, and we get frustrated and irritated with ourselves very easily, and that just becomes a loop. Or maybe, a toxic work situation, you get used to it. Or a relationship that's very toxic, you get used to it. Or, maybe violent movies or, things like that. You almost entrain to it and it just becomes your norm. So what you're trying to do with mantras and affirmations is entrain to something that's very positive as a tool. And, if it's beneficial to it, you will entrain to it. Just like I was telling you about John Beaulieu going into that sensory deprivation chamber with the tuning forks, and literally his nervous system shifted to those pitches, right? Same thing with mantras and these types of practices, and these types of vibrations and energies that you're creating. If it's beneficial to it, you will become it. So with mantras and affirmations, you're entraining your subconscious to these positive things. Some of my favorite English mantras. One of my favorite ones is, "My body is happy, my body is healthy, my body is vibrant. My body is happy, my body is healthy, my body is vibrant." So especially when I'm not feeling that way, you wake up in the morning and it's like, oh my gosh, my allergies and whatever it might be, or you're just kind of dragging, not having a great day. You just, you, that particular one, there's something that happens. I say, my body is happy, my body is healthy, my body is vibrant, and really believe it and see if you can help yourself shift. Yeah, Deanna says in the powerful I am. Yeah, if we get to it, we're going to do a version of that as well. Absolutely. Another really good one that I like to do that's in English, whenever I see synchronicities, of course, I'm sure many of you see 11:11 or 5:55 or, that stuff on the clock all the time or on your phone. Whenever I see those synchronicities, which tends to occur more and more, I say, I am open to all the good and abundance in the universe. I am open to all the good and abundance in the universe. And I just kind of see that as long as that time on the clock lasts. I just kind of say that. Um, I don't know. It's kind of like a message to your awareness, to your subconscious, that can help you really shift how you're feeling. And they're progressive too. You'll find that the more that it becomes a part of your life, um, just like you're doing dishes and you're saying your mantra, your affirmation, or you're driving to work and you've got this meeting you're stressed out about, just start chanting your mantra. It really becomes a part of you, and they're quite simple, but over time can create just such great shifts. Um, so I do want to try a couple quick with you. The first thing that I want to do, you know what, since Gianna mentioned that, let's do this very simple mantra that I love the um, kind of contemplation and metaphor behind it. So I'll write it in here. I'll write it in Sanskrit first. Very simple. So hum. And what that means is I am that. So means I am. Hum means that. And here's kind of the metaphor, the analogy that I love with this mantra. So hum. If you were to imagine the ocean wanted to experience itself, it would become drops, many, many, many drops. And one drop would join the rain. One drop would become an ice cube in your water glass. Another drop might do something totally different and join a river or a stream. And then if they wanted to come together and create a collective, they would be the ocean, a wave again. And what that really resembles is that we are each drops, we're singular. That's the so, I am. That's the drops. But when we come together and realize we are this wave, we are this ocean, literally there is nothing that separates us, right? That's hum, that, everything and nothing, right? So that's kind of the contemplation. So is singular, I am, right? That's the drops. Hum means that, which is everything that connects us. So this is a very simple mantra, and it's actually done silently. And so on the so, you inhale, right? And that kind of makes sense, actually. You inhale, right? That's you. That's the singular, that's the drop. And when you exhale, hum, that's outward. Does that make sense? So you're coming in, that's singular, that's the so, I am that, and that connects us all. So the hum is exhale. And so again, this is internally. You don't do this out loud. You just, as you breathe in, you're saying to yourself, so hum. As you exhale, it's hum. Okay, and I'm going to show you one other thing you could do is you just try this really briefly that I saw in India when I learned this, is of course, many of those guys can breathe for a very long time. So they add emotion to this, and it's kind of like Tai Chi. So you're breathing in, you're doing the so, the inhale, so, hum. And that just kind of creates a little flow. And this is what was funny about, some of the people there that can breathe a long time. So you're just kind of going like that, but they're doing like here, they're still doing so, and they bring their arms back and they're still doing so like 2 minutes later, and then they're doing hum, and they're just, it's amazing. Yeah, that's when I realized I'm a pretty shallow breather. So just try this a few times for yourself. Again, this is a contemplation on the breath, as well as this, kind of aspect of the drops, us singular as individual, unique individuals having our own experience. And then hum, that's what connects us all. That's the ocean, the wave, when we realize we truly are a collective. And it's, the one breathing us all these billions of beings breathing together. Okay. So just inhale silently to yourself. So, and then silently you'll exhale, hum. Just go ahead and finish your last breath there. Yeah. So that's a nice reflection. It's a nice kind of breathing and movement exercise if you do the movement, and just really a contemplation on the inner expansion, the inner worlds and the outer world. So it's very simple but quite profound. And so let's do one mantra together. Has anybody ever heard of kirtan, which is a method of chanting? I have a couple people nodding. Yeah, basically it's a call and response type of chanting, and we're going to try one with one of my favorite mantras. I'm going to go ahead and write that into the chat. That's how you pronounce it. Om Gum Ganapataye Namaha. So you might want to write that down so you have it in front of you if you don't already know that one. Om Gum Ganapataye Namaha. Okay. And so that's Sanskrit, obviously. And let me tell you what it means. So both Gum and Ganapataye are personifications of the energy for Ganesh. And if you know kind of some of these Hindi deities, Ganesh is the elephant spirit. And what's important to say when you're doing any of these mantra works is that it's not that we're honoring or praying to an elephant, a deity that really has no association perhaps to your own beliefs. It's about the personification of the energy, the intention behind this energy, this spirit. And what Ganesh is the remover of obstacles, the remover of inner conflict, the remover of whatever you're stuck on, any blockages. This is just a great mantra to really get into your system and really practice to help, because gosh, no matter whatever our lives are, there's usually some kind of roadblock, or it just feels like there's something perhaps holding you down from really opening your wings and being free. So I just think this is a great mantra for removing obstacles. Om Gum Ganapataye Namaha. So I mentioned kirtan because we're going to try this in a call and response, which means, and I think what I've learned is that if we all were unmuted, we would actually cut each other off, is my understanding. So I'll leave you muted, but what I'll do is I'll sing it, and then you sing it back. I'll sing it, you sing it back. And when we first start singing it, I'll probably sing with you the first few times just so you're sure that you're singing the melody. And then usually it's out loud and very external at first, and then gradually it gets softer and softer, becomes a whisper, and then you're chanting it internally, and that's how you really entrain your subconscious and become it. That's when it gets on automatic pilot, and you wake up in the morning and the mantra's there, right? So you sing out loud, and then you gradually bring it in. Okay. And I'm going to use a tool for this. It's called, I'll write it down here. It's a Shruti box, which is very much like a harmonium, if you've ever heard of that, and often used for chanting, for singing, and just having kind of this underlying tone, and is used in kirtan. So let me show you that. So this is a Shruti box, and it has this here, kind of like an accordion. See that? So I'm just having to keep the air moving. And on this side, I can choose what notes I want to have playing. So I have, and this is a C scale, I have the reed for the note, the low note C is open. In the middle there, G is open. And then at the top, I have a high C is open. CGC. That's what I have open just to have as a drone. And as we're singing this, we'll just have this drone going underneath. And it's a really nice support. But it's actually really cool when you're playing it because you can really feel it resonate and vibrate against you as well. Okay, so I'll get this going. Then I'm going to sing the mantra. And why don't I just sing it 3 times and just join in when you're ready? And then we'll do the call and response. I'll sing it, and then when I drop out, that's your turn. Call and response. We'll do a nice, several times, nice and loud, and then we'll get quieter and quieter. So we'll just do it for a few minutes. So again, when you can, once you've got the pronunciation and the melody down, do think if do really try to get that intention in mind, that feeling of removing obstacles, lifting, just opening up, and just being in that beautiful ebb and flow, that naturalness. Because initially when you do mantras, you're kind of worrying about pronunciation. Am I doing it right? And the intention kind of gets lost. So see if you can bring yourself into the intention once you get going. All right. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Okay. So hopefully at some point that felt more natural. If you didn't already know that one, you kind of got into it. And that, a mantra like that or one in English, you could just kind of bring up at any time. But sometimes a melody can be helpful, right? If you kind of get used to a melody with the pronunciation, that can help. And yeah, I've had that one for a long time. That was the first one that I really gravitated towards because the intention just seemed like it could hold a lot of different purposes. And so I brought that up at all kinds of times where I really needed to clear obstacles, fear, anxiety, so that's a great one. And there's many, many common ones. Um, there's a lot of different melodies for Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. I've done kirtans, I played violin and harmonium, accompanying people, and there's a lot of different melodies. That is, what I did is I searched for the mantra on YouTube, and that's the melody that came up, and I loved it. I just really, really liked that melody. But if you look for any mantra, you'll find so many different versions of it. One really great book, I have it here. If you're interested in mantras, particularly you'll see this in yoga studios. People use mantra chanting. And if it's something that you're interested in, you can recommend mantras to people, right? You could just, whether it's English or the Sanskrit, you could have just a little piece of paper that says you should, practice this mantra, and you can try it with them. But this is a great book. I'll write it in the chat box. Healing Mantras by, I think it's Thomas Ashley Farrand. Let me write that in here. Oops, Healing Mantras. It should have an S there. Healing Mantras. The full title is Healing Mantras Using Sound Affirmations for Personal Power, Creativity, and Healing. And this is specifically about Sanskrit mantras, but it does have some nice chapters in the beginning about sound, music, healing, how to use and select mantras, because there is truly a practice, more of a traditional practice to mantras, and doing a 40-day practice and using mala beads, for example. And in level 2, if you choose to do the voice module, you can kind of choose which instruments you want to focus on. It guides you through a mantra practice if you're interested. But it has specific chapters. Yeah, go ahead, please.
When you type in the book titles and names, it's only up there for like a flash. I didn't get Thomas Ashley's and then
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Thomas Ashley, and the last name is Farrand.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you should be able to press on chat and it'll come up so you can see it.
Yeah, Lucinda, if you open the chat, it'll stay on the right-hand side of your screen the whole time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then, so it has chapters on mantras for attracting love, mantras for health, mantras for mastering fear, mantras for overcoming anger, mantras for abundance and prosperity, mantras for self-empowerment, right? So you could almost use it as a prescription if you felt like somebody could use a mantra to practice. And it doesn't just show you the mantra, it shows you how to pronounce it, and then quite a quite detailed explanation of what it means and how to practice it. So that's the best kind of diving into mantra books that I've found that has a lot of suggestions. So though there's many, that is one of the most recommended ones. Okay, well, we did some toning, we did some mantras, we did some releasing with sounds. We're going to head on over to the gongs now. We're going to move to a different instrument. So gongs, like I was saying earlier, I think gongs came to me later than some of the other instruments. And as an orchestral musician, as a violinist, gongs were always played as crash. There's like you're playing along, and then all of a sudden there's just like a crash. And I've heard some people even recently say they've gone to gong meditations, and it can be so loud and kind of um, crashing and overwhelming, that it's made people kind of nauseous. But in recent years, through trainings and kind of exploring the gong, I've learned that the gong is truly about vastness. Like, how vast can you become? It's about that cosmic energy, the subtleties, the sensitivities, and very much with that blossoming sound of the gong, you can create a release, a wash, a dispersal of energy. But even more important is what happens after the blossom. It's a fade, it's a sustain that really takes you deeper. So gongs have a very extensive history, thousands of years, and there's really kind of a science, art, and alchemy when it comes to gong traditions. There's, gong families and artisans throughout the world that kind of have their secret recipes as far as what combinations of metals they use. And there's various styles of gongs. I'll show you a few. Um, but initially, in the major centers like Vietnam, Java, India, some of those countries that really had centers of excellence, China, they were initially used for either ceremony or an announcement, like a declaration, like, the beginning of some kind of ceremony or celebration. The gong would be rung to kind of start or initiate a particular ceremony. And now very much they're used for meditation. They're obviously used in music and soundtracks and orchestral music, and for sound healing. Specifically, they're used for helping dissolve and resolve kind of physical and emotional dissonances. They are great to use after releasing, because they just create this dispersal of energy that is so broad and complex. What I think is most fascinating about the gongs, even if you have one gong, is that typically, unless you're using one style of gong, which I'll show you, kind of the shiny one behind me, they don't usually have one tone. They can have like infinite amount of frequencies within them because of their metallic quality. They just have this blossoming and complexity of tones that can be extremely good for resolving. And that's why you hear wash or bath, is that they are just great for creating the shift in energy. And if you're playing one for a client and you have kind of one at their head, they can feel this wash of frequencies and vibrations going down their body. So a few different styles that we're going to go over. These are the three main styles. Wind gongs. I'll show you a few different wind gongs. There's symphonic gongs, which would have been the biggest one in the video that I shared for you to watch last night or this morning. And rimmed gongs. Rimmed gongs. So wind, they're flat. Rimmed have a width to them. And then the symphonic ones are rather large gongs. So let's start with the wind gongs. I'll show you a few different styles. And I'll just play them briefly for you. We'll get into techniques and different mallets in a minute. But just so you can kind of see what I'm referring to, right here this is a 14-inch wind gong, okay? So it's flat, doesn't have an edge to it like a rimmed gong would, right? And this particular size, 14-inch, 16-inch, and some 18 inches are really good for one-on-one work and actually, walking around a client, playing the gong, or maybe if you do yoga during Shavasana at the end, you could actually walk around with a gong over the yoga mats and just give them a nice wash of sound. Okay, so I'll just briefly play this for you. We'll see how it comes across. Okay, so it has a nice blossom of sound, and the way I just played it there was just primed it a little bit, which means rather than just hitting it pretty hard just to get it going, I actually am kind of going really soft there. You might not be able to hear it, but then I get bigger and wider. So that's just kind of like a warming up or priming of the instrument just to get the sound to blossom, and then you can add more pressure. So it's not just a big crash out of nowhere, right? Okay, so that's an example of a wind gong, and I'll show you a couple more in a minute. But let's go to rimmed gongs. So this is an 18-inch rimmed gong. See, there's a width there, right, as opposed to the wind gong that is flat. You'll see the rim around the edge, which makes it a bit more complex, but also heavier, right? The rimmed gongs for the same size, like I have an 18-inch wind gong, and then this 18-inch rimmed gong is quite a bit heavier. So I don't actually even use this one in my hands very often to kind of lift up. I usually have it on a stand just because the weight gets to be a little bit too much too fast. Now the rimmed gongs you can hit on the rim. It gives you different tones. And this particular one, you'll see there, has some different metals. So it has a little bit different quality here than it does here. And this is often called a chow gong as well. You might hear chow gongs or tam-tams rather than rimmed gongs. Those are all the same things. And chow is C-H-A-U, is a chow gong, is the same thing as the rimmed gong. So hopefully you were able to hear that first one at least a little bit. That's why I played it 3 times, so hopefully the sound would carry. So I'll play this rimmed gong for you, and you'll see that it has a little bit different tone than a wind gong. Okay, so I'm not sure how well that came through Zoom, but definitely has more variety to the tones, more brights and a little bit more cosmic. The wind gong really does sound like a wash. This has a little bit more tone to it. Yeah, more intensity and echoes. That's a good way to put it. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and I think it's just the variety of the metals in this one too creates more intensity. And so the other style that you'll see really is different because it does have It's more like a bell sound. It has more like a note in it. So let me show you this style. It's usually called temple gong or nipple gong, right? And so it's this one behind here. Okay, so you'll see it kind of has a bullseye in the middle that's raised. You see that? Okay, and you usually see these in temple entrances, you know, whether it's India, Nepal, Indonesia, those types of places. They can be rather big, but you usually see these smaller kinds. And so this it will sound more like a bell or even a Himalayan bowl, I think. Right? It gets a little bit more interesting over here, but they're actually meant to be played on the tone right in the middle, right in the middle, right in the bullseye. And now some traditions with the other gongs say not to hit in the middle, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Is often there's more of a dull spot in the middle, just because that's where the metal has kind of the least tension. But actually, in some traditions, I think it came from China. It's said to be disrespectful to hit right in the middle. And but then you'll see other gong players, many gong players, just go ahead and play the gong wherever. So I think that for us at least, since we're not from a particular tradition that has this gong tradition, just use your intention when playing the gong for a specific purpose, and the respect will be there. The size of this one, I think it's a 12-inch. This is a 12-inch, yeah. And some people get these temple gongs, particular tuning. They'll get that you can like get a scale of these and play them more like you would bowls. There's a few people that travel around the States that have, you know, whole sets of these tuned gongs and play them more melodically. And kind of when you think of gongs, you think more of the wash, but there is quite a variety of metal instruments. Um, and some particular gongs are played more rhythmically. There are ancient traditions that used, well, they were metal drums, and they were metal drums, you know, in the Amazon so that they wouldn't get weathered and destroyed. Um, that there's some gongs that are actually played more like a drum. So gongs have really just a fascinating and rich history. And the type of the rimmed one that I was using, uh, this one here, the full name of this one is Subatomic Chow Gong. And it's 18-inch, and I got it from Gongs Unlimited. And that's just the name of this particular style, this particular make, but it's a Chow Gong is what it is, a Chow rimmed gong. Um, is that your question, Mary? Oh, no, okay. Oh, the temple gong is a type of rimmed. Yes, that's your question. Yep, that's also rimmed. Yeah, yep, that's right. Yep. Okay. So let's talk about a bit about styles of playing, and these can apply to all types of gongs. Um, I have a bigger gong behind me, so I'll kind of move my chair so you can see some techniques. But with the ones that I've showed you so far, specifically the wind gong is one that people use a lot in one-on-one sessions to work around the body. Um, they usually come with some kind of mallet with, you know, white cloth. This is the one that it came with. And you think about playing the gong directionally, and I'll show you an example in a little bit. You know, you could either play it on the face of it, right? So you could play it this way, or I could be playing behind. See, you can't see me striking it, but I could be sending the energy towards you. See, so I'm playing the back side of it now. So the wind gongs, you can really play on either side. And the reason you might want to do that is, let's say you're releasing, maybe you would aim the energy away from a person and kind of fan away. Or if you wanted to bring energy in, you might hit the mallet towards the client's energy, so the energy is going towards them, and you fan the gong towards them, right? So most gongs you can play on both sides, and that might be a reason you would do that, just to kind of send the energy that you're producing one way or the other. Okay. So hard mallets are very common, but what's really fun, even if you have one gong, I know we only have a couple people with gongs, but when you have one gong, before you get another gong, I would try different mallets, right? Because the more mallets you have, it seems like you have more gongs, because each style of mallet brings out totally different qualities. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few different styles. I'm going to be down on the floor with this bigger gong. But one thing I do want to say that I've kind of learned within my gong training recently is to really treat the gong kind of in a respectful, sacred way. That when you first play a gong, let's say the screen was the surface of a gong, you have what's called a handshake moment. It's like you're greeting it. It's the connection. It's right. You're just making a little greeting. You can call it a handshake moment. And this is, if you're just playing the gong for yourself, it can be a great experience of meditation and just listening to its vastness and its subtleties. And some teachers, some traditions say that the gong is a mirror. It reflects your own energy. So if you don't like what it sounds like, there needs to be a shift there. So it is really interesting when you have a gong. Just play it, really get used to its subtleties, playing it really lightly, getting more energy to come out. And just being really curious about it, because especially with bigger gongs, a little bit bigger gongs, depending on where you're playing within the circle of the gong, deeper or brighter sounds will come out, right? So some gongs do just have one tone, like that little rimmed gong I showed you. But most of them, the wind gongs and the rimmed gongs, are quite complex. So you can find like sweet spots. You can find like a really low frequency somewhere. And then if you go maybe to the side, you'll find that, oh wow, some really bright sounds come out of that. So gongs are great for exploring and having your own playtime and meditation with, and can be great to use for reflection. And then of course, when you're using with a client, same kind of thing, is just kind of exploring what kind of subtleties you want to bring out. All right, so let me get adjusted so you can see this big gong here. Okay, so you'll see on the floor there that I do have, that's a 27-inch wind gong with some mallets in front of it. Okay, yes, you can pretty much see me. We'll see how this goes. So this is a 27-inch wind gong, and it is actually dark. The gong itself is darker colored. That's why you can't see it that well. It's quite dark colored. It's from Nepal. And if you were to look really closely at it, it has all kinds of artwork and inscriptions all over it. So maybe if I have a chance, I'll try to pick it up and bring it over so you can see that a little bit. But it has all these little inscriptions all over it. So this is the mallet that it came with, just this red felt covered mallet. And it tends to be softer than the one I was showing you with the other gongs. It tends to be a little softer. So overall, it's going to be a little bit more mellow sound. It's going to bring out some more of the deep sounds. So I'll just demonstrate with this one first. So this is like a uh, medium size and a medium hardness. And then I'll show you some really soft mallets as well and see if you can hear the difference. All right, so I'll just play this one briefly. Okay. So that one has it really does have a rich, bright and kind of darker end. And the way I was playing the technique there is really rhythm. What I was doing, I was counting 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. It's very simple, but that can be extremely relaxing when someone's kind of accepting that. It's very subtle, it's predictable, and that pause gives the gong a little room to have that expansiveness. So that could be a really nice way to start on the gong. It's just kind of subtle. All right, so I'll show you with 2 mallets now. These are very fuzzy, very, very soft felt mallets here. You probably can't tell the hardness of that first one I was using, but it's much harder. These are real, real soft. So I'm going to show you a different technique that's not rhythmical. It's more about starting like this and just having a real soft drone. Right, and because these are soft, you shouldn't be able to hear the impact. You know, with the harder ones, you can hear the strike of it. You can hear boom, boom. But with the softer ones, it kind of comes out of nowhere. So it's just like this underneath rumble that can be really effective for bringing in those subtleties and the warmth of the gong, but not really having like that startle from the mallet. So these are very soft ones. So I'll play it at a volume that hopefully that you can hear and be able to tell that it's a little bit deeper sound with the softer mallets as well. Okay, so what I was doing there is on, let's say that the screen is the surface of the gong. I'm just going like that. And I moved it to different areas. I was just hoping that if I would change the sound a bit, Zoom would pick it up better if it got cut off. So I kind of started low and then I went to the corner. I was just hoping that maybe you'd be able to hear kind of the changes, but that's really all I was doing. Okay. And that's called a drone, a drone. So the first thing I did was rhythm, just like a repetitive pulse, right? And that was a drone. And then this next thing I'm going to do is called a blossom. And I'm going to show you the blossom with two different kinds of mallets. I'll do it first with these, and I'll just do it a couple times so hopefully Zoom picks it up. And the way I learned to do a blossom is called V for victory. Okay, so you start at the bottom of the gong, really, really small. Okay, so just watch as I come up. All right, see how I'm doing a V shape? So you start at the bottom, really, really small, get it warmed up, and then you get wider and wider and wider. Okay, so I'm going to do a V for victory, a blossom with the softer mallets, and then I'll switch to a harder set of mallets, and hopefully you'll be able to tell that because they're harder, it gets much brighter sounding. Okay. So starting at the bottom, just really slow, get it warmed up. So that was pretty fast blossom. I'll do a slow blossom. And I'll show you the same thing with these gong rollers that are very hard. These are very, very hard. You can see that that's yarn just wound on there. And of course, I would say the rhythm technique is for relaxation. The drone is just for creating this energy. And the blossom, if you do it slowly, I think is more for a wash. If you do it pretty quickly, that would be for a release, right? You really feel whoosh, right? Okay, so here's that same technique, the V for victory. I'm going to do it with these hard gong mallets and see if you can hear the difference. And you likely, with these, will be able to hear the impact of the mallets on the gong as well, since they are harder. So I personally like the softer mallets. That's just me. And gosh, if I do that in a group session, I wouldn't do it very often. That wouldn't be a constant blossom. I personally really like the deeper tones. It's just underneath. It's just kind of this layer that gives you this room for spaciousness. I think that the fade and the sustain is so important. And then I might have a blossom a couple times just to, they really say that tension and release can really help with healing. Okay, so do gongs tarnish and so needed cleaned and polished? Yeah, absolutely. Some of them, the symphonic gong I have upstairs came with polish. Because, if you use your fingers on them at all, which I would try not to touch them, especially the really shiny ones. But the wind gongs, because of their surface, you can't really tell any fingerprints. But for the very kind of clean and clear looking one, you would want to polish them and cleanse them. So you have, It's, yeah, you can do it with one mallet. You can do that same thing with one mallet. Here, let me show you really quick. So here's a blossom with just one mallet. Yeah, you can do any of these techniques with just one mallet, absolutely. Um, it just, you know, with two, it can kind of create some different layers. You're working with different parts of the gongs. Um, but one mallet, absolutely. You can do that as well. Now, the other interesting mallets that you'll see used with gongs, they're called flumi mallets. Flumi, or friction mallets, flumi or friction. And they look kind of like this. I have a few different types here. So some of them look like lollipops. And then there's this one that looks kind of like an E. Now, if you've ever heard, you've probably in some scary movies have heard these tones. They're kind of eerie sounding. Especially the smaller ones create this kind of creepy, eerie horror movie sound. Some of the bigger ones can bring out this deeper tone, like a drone. Sometimes people say the higher ones sound like dolphins. Sometimes people say that the lower one sounds like somebody singing. Um, I'll try a couple on this gong here. We'll see if you can hear it, but it could either be used for releasing, right? If it's the particularly kind of creepy, or the ones that are a little bit more tense sounding, or the ones that are more like a drone could be relaxing. So we'll try a few of these mallets here. I'm going to start with this E-shaped one, and you just kind of you can draw it down the gong. I'll do that first, and then I'll do a circle. And this smaller surface area brings out higher tones. So you should hear some higher pitches. Whew. Well, on my end, it's quite complex. There's a lot of different pitches that come out, but you could probably hear that kind of high-pitched sound. Let's try a couple of these bigger ones now. Have more surface area, and they're called friction mallets just because they really are catching onto the surface of the gong. Also, I'll do this black one. It has a bit of texture to it, right? It's not totally smooth. So I'll do it straight down first. I'll do a circle. Okay, so you should be hearing some lower tones if that's coming through. And it should be pretty similar for this one as well. Okay, how did that come across? Could you kind of hear the different sounds that were coming through? Okay, good. Yeah. I'm assuming it's probably not as much as what I hear in this room, because when I'm by the gong, I can really feel it. This one is particularly the physical vibrations that you feel from this gong is something else, and just the range of sounds, very, very complex. Um, but yeah, so gosh, that's just one gong, and depending on the mallet, its hardness, its size, you can create just all these different textures and sounds. Now, for working with a client, that would be on a stand. Maybe you would have a gong at their feet, maybe you would have a gong at their head, and that's truly for, just creating some sounds and sending that wash. It can be very cleansing, it can be very grounding, or if you have it at their feet, it would create a wash and a flow that goes up their body. Yeah, the E-shaped one is a type of flume. Yeah, I think it's pretty sure it's called, yeah, let me look really quick. Yeah, that's a kind of flume. Let's see if I search for it, if it will come up right away. Oh, I just saw it. Yeah, I don't think that's the name for it. Yeah, I can send out links for that too, but yes, that's a kind of flume friction mallet. Yeah, the sound is really something else. And if I tried that on a smaller gong, let's try that. It won't be quite as impressive. Now I have, this is an 18-inch wind gong, and this is an 18-inch chow gong. Okay, so these are both 18-inch, but like I was saying, this rimmed gong, I can't really hold for very long if I'm working with a client, but the wind gong at 18-inch is quite a bit better. So let's just give a couple examples with a wind gong with some different mallets. Here's that soft mallet that I was using. All right. So a little bit lower tones. And even with the little 14-inch, it brings out lower tones. And so I'm going to play it from the back side this time, so you won't be able to see me as well, but I'm directing it towards you. All right, so it's a little bit mellower than the hard mallet. And let's see what kind of sounds we get from this E friction mallet. Kind of, I don't know. Not too appealing to me, personally. Okay, and then we'll try this one. Let's see. And it could be because it's so small. Maybe if I use the 18, that would be better. Yeah, that's not as bad. And let's just give one example on the rimmed gong here, which I would normally have on a stand. Curious about this one here. Definitely more complex. There's more things going on there than that little wind gong. Wasn't too happy with the flumies. It was kind of maybe just too small, not enough room. Yeah, so I don't think I would use that on the little 14-inch personally, unless I had it on a stand and it was able to be stable and I wasn't holding it. That might help. Yeah. Okay, so did everybody get a chance to watch? There was one gong video, and it was Tony working, over Jane, and she was on a table. Okay, so you saw that. So I'd like to demonstrate using a gong over a yoga mat. Okay, so this is really common in yoga studios, or even some people practice one-on-one sessions with someone on the floor, on a futon, something like that. So the great thing about somebody on a yoga mat for gongs is that your posture, you're not like this with it the whole time, right? Which can get kind of straining. Your arms are actually relaxed and kind of in the flow instead of from above. So that can be a bit more comfortable for these heavier instruments like the gong. All right, so let me move my stuff out of the way and I'll show you a couple techniques. Got too much stuff over here at the moment. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, you should be able to see what I'm doing here. So you can see here at the pillow, that would be someone's head. So what's interesting about this is, similar to how I started a scan with a Himalayan bowl or what I did with the tuning forks, I'm going to start at the feet, okay? And I'm just going to be fanning at the feet, which is a technique of just kind of waving to and fro. And after I get that going and the gong primed, which just means really warmed up, it's sounding nice and rich, I'll then bring the gong up the midline of the body, just like I did with the other instruments, right? Above the body. And then you can do fanning at the head again, just to bring this gong energy, this kind of cleansing, purifying wash at the head. And then you can do it from the sides. Remember how I did that with the tuning forks and the bowls as well? So I'll show you that over the yoga mat, what that would look like, and then I'll show you a couple more techniques. So you may or may not be able to see my head just because of the size of the room and how this computer is sitting, but you should definitely be able to see the technique. And again, if you were wanting to release energy from an area, you wouldn't necessarily fan in towards the body. You might actually turn around and fan away from the body. But for this is just going to be a general gong wash for just bringing in this energy. So I'll be doing it facing our imaginary client. All right, so starting at the feet. Coming up the body. And I would fan towards the head and just being careful I wasn't too loud for whoever this is. And then from the sides, just bringing in that wash. And that can be really quite a cool experience when you're the person lying down. I mean, you just feel this shift, this wash of energy. It really is something. And so two other techniques that I want to show you. One is a technique called twisting, which you would do. This could be over a massage table or the yoga mat. And you do this fairly close to the head. So you would see that the gong is going like this. And that, not super close to the head, but what it's doing, it's creating this wah, wah, wah of sound. And that's all about slowing down the brainwave states and in creating this entrainment and synchronization. So the technique is very simple. You get the gong going, and then you just go like that. Quite slowly, right? So if I got the gong kind of warmed up at this person's head, and then twist. Okay. Yeah, so that's twisting, and that's really great for slowing down and synchronizing at the brain level. And then another technique that you probably saw Tony demonstrate in that video was called a pendulum. And that's pretty close to the body. And you know, for the gong, you can really feel the vibration physically if you're close to it. So that would just be running it alongside the physical body. Instead of fanning towards, you're just really close to the body. And you go this way. So that would be more for the physical feel, the physical energy. Okay. And then one other technique is called either the figure 8 or the infinity sign. Is you start at the feet and then you cross the body in an 8 over the body. So right at the midline, you're doing the middle of the 8 or infinity. And that's for cross harmonization. If somebody is really imbalanced, let's say maybe you were like kind of playing a Himalayan bowl at the beginning, and the right side sounded really nice and vibrant, but the whole left side was like really depleted and you could barely hear it, or they're just very scattered. This is called cross harmonization or cross polarity. Literally, when you're feeling cross-wired and out of sync, this is to bring you back into alignment and to get your energy centers balanced. So maybe you can see this, but it just looks like a figure 8. And right at the midline is where I cross. Right. Okay. So I'll come back around here. It looks like there's a question. Right. Yeah, so exactly. If you want to release energy from an area, let's say I'm releasing from their right hip, right? Let's say I'm releasing from here. I would turn away. So here's their right hip. I would start at that area and then fan away. Yeah, exactly. Yep, so I would hit from the backside and bring the energy out. And yeah, exactly, Deanna. I would usually do each spot 3 to 5 times. That's kind of what I do. Gosh, I kind of do 3 to 5 times for tuning forks, 3 to 5 times for chanting those bija mantras. That's usually a good kind of a way to do it. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so yeah, there's more video. I think gongs is probably the hardest one to demonstrate through the screen, unfortunately, just because they are so complex and you don't get to try them. But I know a couple of you had gongs. Does anybody have it close by and just wants to show us what you have? I'd be curious. Bob, did you have? I think Bob has one and Katie's got one. Let's just kind of see what variety, what flavor of gong they have. Oh, cool. Yeah, Katie, if you don't mind unmuting, let's just hear your, that looks like some kind of chow gong.
Okay. Yeah, well,
Yeah, it has a very distinct tone to it that like I don't know how to explain it. It was like it has kind of like this thing that happens along with the other complex things that's very bright, has this deep tone, but there's like this kind of little roller coaster of a tone that happened each time too. And it looks like you're using, let me see,
I was using these.
something like that. Is it kind of like that?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So they're
I do
more like
have,
marimba mallets in a way. Oh, could we hear
yes.
that the softer one? Could you play?
So,
Wow, yeah, I can hear that it has a really deep tone and a really high tone, but there's something, I don't know if it's my end or I'm hearing all these weird, like, crackling. It's like popcorn and whooshing, and there's a lot going on there. And it could have been technology and the sound, but I can
I
tell
find
it's very complex. Yeah,
a lot of release. I like to do this at the end before the drumming because it
yeah,
just whoosh.
absolutely. What size is that one?
This is a 26-inch.
Okay, yeah, yep,
Yeah.
great. All right, thanks for sharing.
Mhm.
And then it looks like a gong has replaced Bob. Oh, there he is in the corner. There he is. All right, Bob, if you want to unmute, I'd love to hear. I mean, look at those two gongs. Both Katie's and yours looks very similar. Maybe yours is smaller. Uh, but yeah, let's hear what you've got there.
This looks like it's about maybe 10 inch, 10 inch is what it looks like.
Yeah, so it's got a real distinct tone to it. You could probably almost figure out what note that is, but then it's got kind of that metallic richness too that brings out some different qualities. Deanna really felt yours resonating with the heart. Yeah. Yeah, that's great for a little guy. That's a nice sound. And yeah, I think, for the smaller the gong, the kind of smaller the mallets. The really a really big mallet with a small gong would just get it shaking and moving. You wouldn't get that much sound out with it. So it is more appropriate to use these smaller ones with smaller gongs. And then the bigger the gong you get up, the bigger the mallet, and more you can experiment with. But yeah, so just overall, I think both Katie's and Robert's, are those both rimmed? They look like
Yes.
chow gongs. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you can tell that they're a bit more. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. And you can tell that they both have quite a bit of complexities with them, but there's a tone that does come out. Like you could almost pick out some notes, but the wind gongs create more of these washes and complexities, um, and are quite hard to distinguish all the different frequencies that are coming out of them. Okay. And you'll see on, the module that there's some demonstrations where you can see and you can hear quite a bit better than what we're able to do over Zoom. Okay. All right, so what I want to do here before we head to drums, which will be our kind of last part of the day, as well as some kind of wrap up, is before we get to drums, I just want to make sure we get to this, is the requirements for this course? What do you need to do for this class? What is kind of the end goal here? And just a couple other things so I don't forget. I do want to remind you that this is not the end for us. We do have actually another meeting at the end of October, which is just to kind of give you some time to work through the online modules, to get practicing. If you're having a hard time finding people to practice with and you don't mind trying this online practice session, um, we can have this group email and we can reach out to each other if you want to find a couple practice partners. You're absolutely welcome to do this online, though I think it could be great to either use yourself as one of your practice examples, or if you do have somebody, a family member at home, just to compare the online experience versus the, in person. Now, there might be questions about, well, what instruments do I need to complete this? And like I said, you kind of tend to decide what you gravitate towards, what you want to invest in. But I would recommend some kind of drum or shaker, and you'll find once we get to that last section today that those are very grounding. They're both good for grounding and balancing, as well as dispersal and releasing energy. Um, I always think it's great to have in your beginning kit a weighted tuning fork. Um, and a couple unweighted tuning forks would be great if you can, that C and G for harmony. And then some kind of bowl, if you can have a Himalayan or crystal bowl as well for that quality, I think that would be really great at this stage. Usually people tend to add on gongs and more variety of bowls, and the list gets long after a while because you can also add all these other instruments. And I'll show you really quick as we jump online to look at the modules. There is a module on other instruments, like koshi chimes, which are these beautiful wind chime-like instruments, tongue drums, kalimbas or sansulas. There's a whole module that tells you how you could incorporate these other beautiful instruments into your sound sessions as well. So let's get to the module. I just want to make sure this is really clear and talk about kind of the requirements and the timing. So share screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, date in October. Yeah, thanks, Susan. I was actually about to do that, and I got excited about something else. Okay, so Thursday, October 29th. I'm just going to post this in the chat, but I'll also send a reminder and a Zoom link. But we'll get together again for some kind of, follow-up and some feedback, questions. There's a lot that we're packing in within this weekend, and then you'll start going through the online modules if you haven't already. That's going to be a great time as you've kind of processed some of this and reflected and started working on the practices, that we can use that time for sharing and questions and just seeing each other again. So that's Thursday, October 29th. 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, and 3 p.m. Pacific. And I'll definitely record that as well if that's not a convenient time for people. Okay. And you also, within this course, besides that, you do have a one-on-one session with me when it's right for you. A lot of people like to do that one-on-one tutor call maybe right before they complete the workbook or after they've sent it to me. That tends to be the best time for questions and feedback. But if you've really got a list going that's kind of inhibiting you from doing the practices, then that might be a good time to set up the tutor call as well. So you just email me and say, I really need that coaching call. I have some questions that aren't easy to send over email, and we'll set it up at a time that's convenient for both of us, and we'll get that lined up. So you have that as well. Okay, so you should be seeing the website here again. And now the requirements for the course you'll find in this introduction module. If you signed up earlier than just a couple weeks ago, you should have received this module first, the introduction. Oh, internet's getting a little slow here. We'll see. Well, I can describe it until it loads up here. Let's see, I'll try one more time. There we go. Just needed a reboot. Okay, so this is the introduction course in your library. And requirements, there it is right there. And there's a video that briefly describes what is told below. But basically, the main requirement after this is turning in a workbook. And of course, I'll tell you what's in the workbook. But the main requirement is completing a workbook, which I'll show you where that is. And then, of course, you have the coaching with me. And the time requirement is 3 months. And if you were to ask me, well, what 3 months from when? Some of you just signed up last week. Some of you have had online access for, about a month. So it's going to vary. It's 3 months from when you got online access. But I do say at this point, we're being a little bit more lenient on these deadlines because of the difficulties of practicing with others at this time and the challenges that many people face. So I would set a goal of 3 months. That could be 3 months from the start date of this workshop or 3 months from when you started online. But ideally, what's 3 months from now? Let's see, December. You should be complete with this. And some people, get through this quite a bit faster. And other people just need a little extra time. And so that you would let me know if you need an extension. Okay, so let's go to, I'll show you in the main course, the layout here and where the workbook is. But you should now have access to this full course. And there's welcome and key information. And then I would have the handbook handy as you go through the workbook, because the workbook, kind of how it's laid out, is, and then you can download it right here. The first section is personal practices, kind of like the listening exercise that we did yesterday. Just kind of listen and reflect to your surroundings. There's kind of sound meditations where you listen to a little bit of audio and express how you feel. And then you get into, after that kind of personal practice, you get into a couple connection exercises, which you're led through kind of guiding someone into relaxation, either through a visualization or breathing exercise or kind of that heart connection. So you're going to practice that connection exercise that you would do with somebody at the beginning of a session. And so you have two of those practices. And then you have 3 practice sessions. The first 2 are with individual people. And you're just going to be, kind of going through the steps of setting intention and then creating a nice relaxing session for them. And there is a whole module here on creating one-on-one sessions, like putting it all together, right? So you'll do 2 sessions, about half an hour session if possible, if you can. And then you're going to do 1 group session. And that just means 2 people or more is a group. 2 people or more. And then you'll see there's a whole module on creating a session for groups. So basically, after you've learned these foundational techniques with these instruments, well, how do you put them together? How do you use them in providing a session for someone? Okay, and I generally, if I were to list some steps that I would always make sure I do in a session, I would do, number 1 is always preparing the space, preparing myself, just getting really kind of meditative and grounded, maybe even cleansing the room, just getting into that space, whether I'm using a living room, whether I'm in a yoga studio or in my own studio, just holding space and just creating that special place that I practice in. And so you can do, this a brief meditation. You can play instruments for yourself. You can do some mantras or deep breathing just to get yourself into that centered place. So number one is prep. And then number two is usually connection. And that has to do with meeting with your client, whoever you're working with, and just having that rapport, having that conversation, and just really listening to how are they doing. Because what they, kind of tell you at the beginning when they first see you in a session, I think actually really lends itself to what you might want to accomplish in this session. If they come rushing in, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry I'm late. This, and this happened. You can really tell that they have a heightened energy. They're stressed. Or if somebody comes in and they tell you about this happened in this relationship, or I stubbed my toe, or, it could be really anything. You will find that people will kind of share stuff at the beginning of a session about how they're doing, and that could be a good idea, give you a good idea of what you might want to do within the session. And also connection is getting them comfortable, just making sure that their environment is comfortable, the massage table or the chair. Do they need a blanket? Is it too cold? That's all part of those first steps and comfort. And then getting them to get in deeper into relaxation is part of the connection. Maybe you'll do a breathing exercise together. Maybe you'll do some kind of visualization. Some people like to have their hands at the feet just to make the actual physical connection, at the root. Or maybe doing some toning, singing together. And of course, throughout the session, you're connecting through kind of in training to these same tones and rhythms together. So preparation, connection, relaxation. And I really like to begin the session with relaxing tones that are very harmonizing. Nothing too fancy or really busy. Just keep it kind of simple in the beginning so they can get deeply relaxed and feel comfortable and feel safe. And that might also be, of course, this is a level 2 skill. That might be when you're listening to what they sound like. You're using a bowl and you're starting to realize that there's extra energy. Wow, it gets really loud at their knee, for example. So maybe while you're doing these relaxing tones and repetitive sounds with an instrument, you're actually listening to what they sound like. Well, if you find a place that needs to be released, the next step would be releasing. Just dispersing whatever they don't need. And then harmonizing, right? As soon as you're done releasing and dispersing that energy, you want to bring in harmony and kind of fill in those voids. Whatever energy is left, let's fill it in with harmony. And then try to end this session with some kind of grounding. And I'll show you some examples with the drum as we end our day here. Drumming is really great for grounding, but there's some other examples as well. But usually, even with a 20, 30-minute session, this person can get so relaxed, so floaty, that you do need to really bring them back to their body, back to reality, and then kind of have a conversation, and feedback at the end can really help them before they leave as well. So that's kind of the flow that I like, and you'll get to see Tony demonstrate some sessions on the modules as well. Okay, so let's have our final break, because then we'll just have an hour left and we'll get to drums and kind of our wrap up. So let's just go until 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Pacific. That was hard. Okay, so I'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back to kind of our last session here. And I should have said, about the workbook. What I meant to mention is there is a handbook, and that's reading material as well. That the handbook has some history. It talks about cleansing your instruments. And the reason I would have your handbook handy as you kind of look over the workbook is there's a little section, there's a few questions, the answers or the reasons to reflect on those questions will be coming from the handbook. They're specifically from the handbook. And just know that with this workbook, there really isn't right or wrong answers. I mean, very much this experience is about your own journey through this and your own experiences in your practices. So I would just encourage you to be as thorough and thoughtful as you can. And in the practice sessions, really try to describe what you did rather than just list rain stick, Tibetan bowl, crystal bowl. Well, what did you do with them, and what did you play first, and what did you use for grounding? It would just be great if you could use detail. And basically, when you're done with the workbook, with those practice sessions, you just email it to me. I review it, and then if we haven't had our kind of coaching call, we can do that. And then you're complete. You'll receive your certificate. All right, so any questions on that? Yeah, Marna. Yeah, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I have a question about the tuning forks. I am interested in expanding my practice in that way. So with the Solfeggio, is that how you say it? Pronounce it? Okay, I was looking on the website that you referred us to, and they have the weighted Solfeggio. Would that be the best for me to purchase?
Well, it's all quite individual what we want to use it for. I do a good balance of unweighted and weighted. So it depends on your preference. If you have an initial feeling, which it sounds like maybe you do.
Well, I like the weighted ohm,
Yeah,
with our elementary, let's get first grade set.
yeah.
So I'm more drawn to that because it seems to vibrate more.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're really interested in working with the physical body and getting that vibration, then absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be the deepest.
Oh, you kind of froze. Did everyone else see her freeze? Okay. I'll let her know. Maybe she can see it.
Now we look like the Brady Bunch.
Do you know any of the Brady Bunch songs we could sing?
Oh my God. It's a story.
Marna,
A lovely lady.
Maybe
yes.
Grace might.
Marna, just the weighted tuning forks are usually on the body, and the unweighted are in the vial field.
Okay, so when working with the Solfeggio, have you used what do you think is the way to go?
Well, I'm just saying as a general rule, like I use all weighted on the body, And then in the biofield is for unweighted. So I guess my question to you is, do you want to work just on the body, or do you want to work off the body as well? Does that make sense?
I'd like to do it all.
Yes.
And I didn't realize that this profession is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yes.
To be
So you
invested in.
do a little, and you do a little at a time. Usually, like what I would do or what I suggest is you do just a little at a time and make sure, especially with tuning forks, because there's so much out there, you do a little at a time and make sure. And you can do a whole session with 3 tuning forks.
Right.
So you can just add on, but you might do the tuning forks and then try a drum and say, you know what, I really like the drums. I want to go more in that direction. So try a little bit of everything before you really invest in what you really think you're going to be using the most of. And you build it up a little bit at a time.
I probably want to do a little bit of everything, because that's just
Yes.
who I am,
But now once, say you do level 2 and you become a practitioner, what I did then is, as I'm working, then I will now invest that money in to building up more and more. So I have my wish list. And as I do more and more, and I have more and more income, so that it's almost like paying for itself at that point.
Yes.
I would suggest just do a little at a time. And then I tell a lot of my tutors to just go ahead and do economic. Don't be afraid to do the economical to make sure you really like it before you invest. Because some of these things are very, very expensive.
All right. Thank you. And thank you very much, everyone, for your attention to me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And I can't say enough about intention, because you might say, well, yeah, I want to get this whole set of tuning forks or whatever, but again, you can just have one fork and set the intention of what you want that fork to do, or one crystal and set the intention of what you want that crystal to do. So don't feel like you can't be a healer and move that energy around if you don't have a whole set of everything.
Exactly.
Right on.
Yes. Intention is half of it. Your intention.
We're waiting for her to get back online. I'd be interested in hearing your experience about cleansing your sound healing tools. That was a new thing for me.
Okay.
I had not really cleansed those instruments before, and it was quite a moving experience to actually make. I felt like I was making a personal connection.
Exactly.
With the mallet.
Yes, excellent, because that's what you're doing. Natalie, are you back? She's still right.
Yes, I'm back. The internet is down here, so now my iPad, which is kind of...
Uh-oh.
But Lucinda, that's exactly what you're doing, is you're now making a connection. And instead of these being tools now, these are sentient beings that are working with you.
I felt that shift.
Yes. Yes, and that's a profound shift, because they're coming in. It's almost like saying thank you to them as well, because they're coming in as part of the healing team as well.
Yes, I asked one if they were ready to work with me in healing, and it was like, yeah. Yes, they were.
How you doing, Natalie?
Yes.
What did you use for cleansing?
I wiped off the instruments, and as suggested in the workbook, but I used Reiki primarily. Yes, I Reiki'd each instrument individually, and then I Reiki'd them as a group. And I really felt a shift.
Excellent.
I was surprised. It was very lovely.
Okay. Well, hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm now on my iPad. The internet is down here. I tried resetting and all these things, and
it looks like they're rewiring some things outside. Like I said, we had basically what was, where is the camera on this thing? We had a Midwestern hurricane 1 month ago, 140 mile per hour winds. And, it took down 50% of our trees. And so we're still recovering here. So even though I've had internet for about a week now, after, 3 weeks without, looks like they're redoing something, and they just decided they're working on a Sunday. So I'm on my iPad now. This will be a little different, but we'll try. Hopefully we won't have any issues, because the iPad is through my cell phone data, so it doesn't need the Wi-Fi. So hopefully this will work. Okay. Yeah, so you were still having questions and answers. Anything that I missed that you want to share? Any additional questions that you had?
Well, we were just talking about the experience of cleansing our healing tools, and shared some experience with that.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Good. Yeah, that's a great topic. Very important topic. Okay. Well, let's get to the drums and rhythm. And if you have a drum, a framed drum, or any kind of drum or shaker, you might want it near you. But just as a little intro to drums, the use of drums and rhythm and percussion dates back, to ancient times and days of antiquity. And you'll really find the use of drums both for celebration and in communities all over the world. You'll see drums and rhythm used for birthright, for ceremonies, for significant times of the year, new moon celebrations, and drum circles you'll see all over as well. But also drums have been used for more spiritual, transcendental, shifting purposes. If you look at like the shamanic traditions, Native American traditions, the drum is very much used in shamanic journeying, just to take you, and actually it shifts your brainwave state to these higher levels and these different dimensions. And people tend to travel to the dream world or the in-between world, and it's kind of activated by using the drum. Let's see if I can change this. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to keep this plugged in, but you're not going to be able to see as much if I do that. Okay, we'll make it work. At least I have this. At least this will work. So, with the drum as well, I would say of all these instruments, it's the most studied, the most researched as far as how it affects us. And this comes from music therapy as well as medicine, that drumming is great for alleviating stress. It's excellent for boosting your immune system, but it's also used in ways for social interaction, for team building, for creating the synchronicity. If you're in a group of people that are all playing drums, well, you're all entrained to the same groove together. So very much you'll see drum circles used in festivals, communities, but even, for rehab, addiction groups, women's shelters, various places where people can use these rhythmical skills that in a way is also kind of social or a community building as well. And as far as research, one really interesting group that I want to mention is the work of Jeff Strong, as in strong, and his, it's now called the Strong Institute, and you can find him online. But how it all got started was in the 1990s in the schools of St. Paul, Minnesota. Jeff Strong and Beth Kaplan went into the schools to work with children with autism, and they went with drums. And with the drums, they used these different skills, these different motor skills and different types of rhythms, and basically to figure out what would be the most calming, perhaps reducing aggressive behaviors. And really their study was so widely received and published that they then got grants to go in to study other neurological disorders, PTSD, Tourette's, addictions, just all kinds of things using rhythm, using various beats, whether complex or simple. Through time, through case studies and working with a lot of people, they found particular rhythms that could alleviate and really benefit some of these imbalances and issues. And what's so cool, if you go to the Strong Institute website, is not only are there like blogs and videos of certain rhythms that you can use, and he has a free healing with drums course that you can take, but he also has his case studies from those early years working with the autistic children, and also some veterans who did some work. You can actually go in, read the case studies, and learn how that process worked with using these different drum patterns. And the autistic rhythm that he first developed, you probably wouldn't be surprised, it actually is quite complex. It's quite complex and very active, and then slowly kind of destructures and gets more simplified and more relaxing. Because as you know, autistic minds can be quite brilliant. And so there was something about this complex rhythm that's really, really interesting, and then gets more and more calm and kind of more simple. So yeah, that's really interesting work. And we're going to try a few different drum rhythms, or kind of talk about them together as we can. But just really briefly, a few instruments that I want to show you is most commonly with this work in level 1 and level 2. You'll see Tony using a frame drum. And so I'll just show you a couple examples of that. This is pretty much like the one he's using, I think, in the video that you watched for today, right? So it's got the rope on the back to hold. And then it has a rim, right? And this is a 14-inch. It's kind of small, has a little bit of a higher tone, and that is animal skin. Now, the one that I prefer, and this is like truly the one that I use in my sessions, is this one. It's another frame drum, right? Very similar, same company, Remo. And this is, I think, an 18 or 16 inch, whatever their standard is for this one. But it's synthetic skin. Okay, so it's not animal skin. You're not using animal skin. And also, it's not affected by weather. You can find that when it gets cold or damp, that the animal skin drums get kind of loose and make more of a thwack than a real tone. So temperatures can really affect those. So I actually like this synthetic one. And I'm pretty sure through Zoom, you won't be able to tell how low it is, but it's a very low drum. And it's so low that I know you can't probably hear the range on here. It's so low that people really enjoy this at the end of a session, because you can definitely feel it vibrate. And so you could do it right at somebody's feet, right? You could have the drum right there and have it at their feet, and you could feel those vibrations going in through your feet and your legs. And it's this very deep grounding tone for the root. So this is the one that I like to use for that type of work. And then shakers and rattles are also very common too. This is just your regular egg shaker, which you can get at most music stores for not very much. Just usually plastic. I do have some wood ones that sound nice and rich, but it's just an egg shaker or a little rattle with some kind of beads or seeds in it. Or of course, more traditional, this is from Peru. You can find all kinds of wonderful rattles in thrift shops, or if you travel. And traditionally, this was, let's say I'm working on my heart chakra and I wanted to release. Well, they would actually spiral it and then throw the rattle. right? So they would like spiral it out of center, really get that energy shaken up, and then release. They would literally throw the rattle across the room or whatever the space is. So rattles are great for shaking up energy. Yeah, oh, look at her little troll hair egg shaker. Lucinda's, yeah, that's cute. But yes, great for dispersing energy, space clearing, or maybe you're feeling kind of unbalanced and really want to be cleansed. Well, you could start at your feet, really shake, come all the way up your body, really shake, and go down your body. That can be a great way to just rebalance and get any kind of gunk or ickiness cleared. That can be a great way to cleanse, absolutely, or with the drum itself. And there's a couple other tools that you see a lot of people use in sound healing and sound baths or sound meditations. One is the rain stick, right? You've probably seen this before, something like this. This is mine that you can kind of see on this screen. And it's said that these come from Aztec times. You know, that's kind of the legend that I've heard, to bring in rain, literally. Let's see if you can hear this. And you just tilt it slowly. It's a nice long one, yeah. So if you move those and tilt those very slowly, that can be very relaxing, just that kind of nourishing rain, the water element. And if you do that over someone, it can be just a nice, very relaxing wash. And the other one similar to that is called an ocean drum. Has anybody heard of an ocean drum before? Yeah, Marna, yeah. Oh, yeah, Bob. Okay. So I have mine here on this little iPad. I'm not sure how much you can see, but it looks like a normal drum right here. This other side is clear, and right here at the bottom, you see those beads in there, right? And so let's see if I can try to show you here. So I'll get it going slower. You can see the little beads moving. Right, little beads. So the more you tilt it, the more it's going to crash. So actually what I did, mine, yeah, I think it's a 20-inch, and it comes from Meinl, or the Sonic Energy Collection. It has a little plug in the side. So I can take the plug out and take out some of those beads, because it's so large, it gets very loud. So I think it only has a third of the beads that it originally came with. Otherwise, they're quite loud. And I like to just barely move it and just have a whoosh, right, just to create that ebb and flow, that water element. Maybe you're doing a sound meditation based on for the sacral chakra. It's just very much based on the water element, that natural ebb and flow. Well, what instruments would you use? You know, what creates that water effect? Of course, you could do a sound meditation for the root chakra, what really brings in that earth element. And I've seen people do sound meditations like a series of 7. And so you just, you do one for each chakra. Maybe you've teamed up with a yoga instructor and they're doing asanas for their roots. And then you end with some root sounds. There's a lot of different ways to incorporate that, but there's definitely water sounds. Now that I'm using iPad, let me see if I can find the chat. Could you pour beads into the inside of a frame drum and get the same effect? Yeah, I would think so. That's a great idea. Yeah, you could. And then you would have it in there and you would just slowly tilt it. I don't see why not. Mm-hmm. And another water element that's kind of percussive, more chime-like. I have the aqua or water koshi chimes. This is a koshi chime. See if you can hear this. Okay, so there's 4 different styles of koshi chimes. They're just really beautiful. There's the earth, water, air, and fire koshi chimes, and they each have a little bit different tuning. But those are really relaxing. People often say they're very forest-like or fairy-like or sound like, wind chimes, and those could be very relaxing in a session, kind of sprinkling the energy, and they're great for walking around a room too, right? If you're doing yoga or shavasana at the end, you could walk around and kind of offer that to everybody. So that's another common instrument. Koshi with a K. Koshi, koshi chime. Right. Okay, so let's learn a few different rhythms together in the time that we have here. So go ahead and grab your instrument there, your drum or rattle, or of course, if you don't have anything at all, you're welcome to just kind of tap on your knee, or you can clap your hands. I just want to make sure we're all kind of activating this together. So the first rhythm that we're going to try together is 70 beats per minute. And if I was on my computer, I would show you, but what you can do is just Google or any search engine metronome or beats per minute, and you'll just be able to type in how many beats per minute you want, and it'll just go click, 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 so you can hear what that is if you're not quite sure what these different rhythms are. But 70 beats per minute, of course, 60 beats per minute, that's like the second hand on the clock. So 70 is a little bit faster, but that's right about your average, healthy, normal heart rate, right? And so what's good with 70 beats per minute is to try playing that speed and see if it feels too slow, like if you want to go faster, or see if you need to slow down, if it's actually like making you anxious or shifting your energy in a wrong way. So what's interesting about rhythm in general is we always have rhythm, right? We have our heartbeat, we have all these cycles that through rhythm itself, we can shift how we feel. So if we're feeling lethargic, we could play a little bit faster. Just like when you listen to really energizing music, right? Or if you're feeling really amped up and anxious, you could play a little bit slower to bring that rhythm down. So let's try this 70 beats per minute together, and just see if it feels natural. Does it feel too fast? Does it feel a little slow? And then if I can, I'll mute myself. After we get going with the 70 beats per minute together, I'm going to mute myself, and I want you to adjust. If you feel like you need a little faster, a little bit more energy, I want you to do that. Or if you feel like that 70 beats per minute is kind of amping you up a little bit too much, go ahead and go slower. All right, but here is that 70 beats per minute, just average, normal, healthy heart rate. Okay, so now I want you to try, if that just feels great and relaxing, go ahead and keep going with that. But if you're feeling like seeing what it feels like to kind of shift slower, go ahead and go a little slower. If you want a little bit more energy, see if you can energize yourself. And just try that for yourself, offer that rhythm to yourself, and I'll go ahead and mute so you can do that on your own. And Sarah Lise, do you mind muting yourself?
Sorry, I was trying to
I like your groove though. I like that. Okay, so using rhythm in that way to kind of shift your energy, it really can shift your mood. It can slow you down, speed you up, get you into that more motivated state. But also for a client as well, if they walk in and you see that they're really heightened, they're moving pretty fast, go, 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 they're rushing to get there. You might want to offer them something a little bit slower than 70 beats per minute, just to get them to slow down. Or perhaps at the end of a session, if the person's having a hard time coming back and they're kind of out of it, you might want to do something a little bit more activating. But you can use this for yourself. Even within a minute or two, you can shift your energy, energize it, or slow it down, or really get yourself to relax just by using a drum beat. And if you're outdoors leaning against a tree, even better. It's just really beautiful. The birds and the nature that will start to join in if you get going for a while. Yeah. Okay, so that's about 70 beats per minute. Normal, healthy heartbeat, heart rate. Now the next one is quite fast. And this is really interesting. Now, shamanic journeying, the beat that they use for drumming, for really kind of shifting you to these altered states, is quite fast. It would be about 180 to 220 beats per minute, right? So really, really fast. And you would think that wouldn't necessarily be that relaxing, but after about a minute, it really is. And what it's doing is like shifting you up into this altered brainwave state, very deep brainwave state. So this could be, if you do really want to send somebody off on a journey, you would do this for at least 3 minutes. Doesn't really need to be more than that. And at first, when you're playing this one, it feels particularly like you're really trying to keep the beat, like da 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 da. But then eventually see if you can relax and just allow it to happen, and you'll realize you're not trying as hard. But when you're first doing it, you're really trying to kind of keep it consistent, keep it steady. But once you relax, and you could almost feel like there is a different pulse, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can almost feel like there's a bigger groove to it, and you get a little bit better pulse. All right, so let's try this one. This is going to be about 180, 190 beats per minute. And again, this is used for really shamanic journeying and transcendental altered states of consciousness. Okay. Let's go ahead and try this on your own, and I'll try to get a nice steady beat. Don't forget to breathe. And then go ahead and slow it down gradually. Take a nice deep breath. Wow. Well, I definitely had a lot more energy in my head when I did that one. I realized I wasn't breathing for a second, so I figured I better say that. And for anybody else, sometimes we tend to do that as we're doing this work. And, you know, definitely when you're receiving and somebody's doing this for you, you can experience, sometimes you can experience these types of things a little bit better. If you're really trying to do it, you're not likely to kind of transcend. But some people, when they play the drum, they're in the sessions and they're really doing this drumming work, they can get lost themselves, you know, while you're doing that. And I think what's really interesting about this work is I find it very meditative. And even though I'm the practitioner kind of facilitating, I usually, you know, like to say that I'm facilitating the client's self-healing. I don't often call myself a healer. I'm just helping them, you know, helping them facilitate that. That I myself, for me, it's very healing doing this work as well. It's very meditative. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm in slow motion. And so once you get these techniques down, you're not trying as hard. I think you'll find that they have effects on you as well. But just, you know, be careful, try to stay present, you know, try to really stay focused on the client's intention, rather than getting really in your own groove for yourself, because that can definitely happen, that you're going through your own experience with the instruments. But if you're working with a client, you know, really try to stick with their intention and their needs, even though with some of these techniques you can get kind of lost in them yourself. Okay, so 2 more things with these handheld drums. Let me see if I can show you here with this iPad. I'm gonna show you what's called drum smudging, and I learned this. This is a West African shamanic tradition, but maybe you've seen it before with other instruments. This is really used for cleansing. It's very, very quick. And can be done on an individual, yourself, somebody you're working with. So let me see if I stand back. Sorry about this, guys. I just, the internet was going so well all weekend. And then, okay. So let's try this. Let me stand back. And this is better done on someone else, but I'll kind of try to show you the best that I can on myself. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. Okay, hopefully you can see me good enough. Oh, almost lost the iPad there. I'll get a nice recording of this for you though, so you can see it better. So generally what you're doing, you're playing the drum pretty close to the body. You know, you're playing the drum pretty close to the body. Maybe you're playing it this way, so it's aiming towards the body. That's really good too. And what you do is you start at the feet on the front of the body. You start very close to the feet, and you're just drumming up the body, right? And I wouldn't get too close to the head so it's not too loud, but drum up the body, and then you drum down one of the sides. And now you're back at the feet, and then you come up the back side of the body, which I can't really do on myself very well. Back at the head. And then now you're going to go down the other side of the body. And then you end back at the front of the feet. Okay. So when I started at the feet on the front, came up, was drumming, 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 and you can really feel that physically. You go down one side of the body, just drumming close to the body. And then you come up the back side, back down the other side that you didn't get to yet, and then ending at the feet. So if you're doing this to somebody, they're standing still like this, and you're just moving around them like that, okay? And you can point towards them, or of course, if you wanted to release from an area,
just like with all the other instruments, you could move away from an area, right? So I'll get a nice recording. I'll get a recording of me doing it with somebody so you can see that. But I think it's really, gosh, just a quick cleanse. It can be very grounding if somebody's really kind of off kilter when they walk in or when they are about to leave a session. So yeah, I'll take a video. I can do it with a friend here and send a YouTube video, so that's easier to see what's going on. Okay. Drum smudging, great quick cleansing with the drum. And I want to show you one shamanic. This is from the shamanic medicine wheel, rhythm patterns, and this is in level 2. All of the rhythms for the medicine wheel. And there's 7. They correlate to the chakras. I want to show you the one for the solar plexus, which is the sunrise rhythm. And this is great for new beginnings. And I think that's appropriate, because you're kind of diving into this new material. It feels like a really crucial time of transformation in our world, big shifts, new beginnings, new intentions, new projects. And we're just approaching a new moon, I believe, in a couple days. So this is a really appropriate rhythm just to get in sync with and set your intentions for whatever new, shifts that you want to come. So I'm going to show you this rhythm. It's quite simple. Oh, I wish maybe I can write in the chat box. Oh, here's the chat box. Sorry, guys. Let me see. Okay. Let me see if I can do this. Oh no, okay. And then I can type really fast on a computer, but on an iPad, it's a little different. Okay. Oh no, I just sent it to Susan. Okay, hang on. Why did that happen? Okay, everyone. Okay, so this will make sense in a minute. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. The dash is a pause. So let me find my drum. Now, this is the rhythm for the East, the sunrise rhythm. So you would actually look at your drum like it's a compass, right? So I like to have this little Remo symbol at the top. That's my north, east, south at the bottom, west. And in the shamanic rhythms, there's also a within, lower world and upper world. Don't worry about that. But the rhythm of the East. So you would actually play the first 2 beats in the East. 1, 2, and then the 1, 2, 3 is kind of anywhere else. I like to do it a little bit lower. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. So go ahead and try that. And if you can, bring an intention of hope, new starts, new beginnings, inner peace. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. All right, let's activate it more. Let's get a little faster. 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. A little faster. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. One more time. Okay. So eventually, you know, if you get into the drums a little bit more, just know that there truly are a lot of different rhythms that have different associations, whether if it's for a specific intention, maybe a chakra, that can shift energy, shift mood, and even, like I said, you know, really kind of shift some imbalances. And so you can use that for yourself, your own self-care. Some of these rhythms that are very, very basic for kind of energizing or slowing yourself down, but it can also be really great with working with clients. As far as grounding, you know, you could do the drum smudge, but I almost always like to do just a little bit of drumming at the feet, like I said, at the end of a session, with the egg shaker. At the end of a session, I might just kind of go around the body and just disperse any remaining energy that needs to be dispersed. I like to either use the egg shaker or drum at the end of every session because it's actually a signal, especially people that come back and come to regular sessions, they get used to it, right? It's kind of their signal, oh, okay, time to come back. So that's why I like to use the drum at the feet at the end. And then I put my hands on their ankles and just do a little thank you, thank you, thank you type thing. To the spirits and guides in my own mind, you know, I kind of do a little thank you, a little pressure on their physical body, on their ankles. And that's also usually if they're kind of asleep or not really in their body, that will usually bring them back. Yeah. Susan, you had a nice shaker there. That was cool. Oh, great. Yeah, so that probably has more of a water sound too, I would think. Yeah. Yeah, more of the shells. Very cool. Oh, djembes. Yes, Sarah Lee says, what about the djembe drums? I use djembe drums when I work with kids, the adults with disabilities really like the bigger drums. Here, I have a djembe right here. I'll show you guys what that is. Okay. So this is a djembe. Right, so this is an African hand drum, and you just play it on the surface. You know, play it on the surface. That's great for drum circles. It's great for, you know, when I work with groups and you're trying to do a drum circle, maybe an intentional drum circle, is usually you have like a foundational rhythm underneath, something very steady. Could be a nice big bass drum or a djembe drum. And then with a foundational rhythm that just kind of keeps everybody in sync, everybody else can then kind of explore different rhythms and different techniques. So the djembe is great because it's a little bit bigger and it carries sound. And there's a lot of great patterns that you can do on djembe as well. I haven't used that on a one-on-one session though. I use the frame drums for one-on-one
What is this?
session. Oh yeah, that's well, they're kind of like bongos. I have a couple of those as well. I think that particular style is Middle East. Is that ceramic?
Yes.
Yeah, those have a great sound too. A little higher pitched, I think. Yeah, those are nice. I have a couple of those too. And they do have more of a ceramic kind of higher pitch sound, and they could be good for drum circles. Again, I haven't used one of that style in a one-on-one session, but you could certainly try it, you know, if you want to kind of have a steady rhythm, and that's the drum that you have. You could use it as well. I mean, it keeps rhythm and it could really help somebody in train. And I just happen to like that bigger drum because it has such a deep vibration and people can really feel it because it has such a
a dense, deeper sound. But for using the rhythms, that we've been talking about, absolutely, you can use a djembe or the drums that you have there, Mary. Yeah. And can you show me the other side of that, Susan? Oh, that's a tongue drum. Yeah, that's a tongue drum. And yeah, I'll get mine out so you can see that. Now these are both percussive, but also melodic because they have notes on them. I do have a mallet, I think. Yeah, so I'll just have to kind of hold it. But it's called tongue drum because you see these grooves here. Very beautiful, very relaxing. And so there's all kinds of different styles of these tongue drums, but those are more melodic. But of course they're rhythmical because you're kind of playing with a mallet, But that can be really great if you're trying to establish some melody, some relaxation. And what's really nice about the tongue drums is that anybody can play them, right? You can create a melody with them. They're usually tuned to a specific scale, or I haven't heard them sound bad. So you could offer them to somebody if they wanted to play a little rhythm, or if you're working with kids. Like I have several of the same tongue drum, all tuned to the key of C. So I can have, more than one person playing them at once, and they can be tongue. Well, the tongue stands for those little grooves. So it is actually more, yeah, that went privately again. I don't know why it's doing that now, but tongue isn't, yeah, tongue. Is the spelling, tongue drums. Sometimes they're called chakra drums. I also have a hand pan, which looks kind of like a UFO. Yeah, we don't need to get into all that, but there are all kinds of different instruments that you kind of play this way, or with the mallets that are more melodic. But the tongue drums are really nice. Yeah, it creates more of kind of this relaxing ebb and flow. Yeah. Okay. So gosh, we're running out of time here. And so I want to kind of leave a moment for us to do just a little final thing together. But just a couple of reminders. I'll be sending out the reminder about our October meeting. You'll receive an email that will have a link to the recording of this whole weekend. Okay. And also immediately after this class, well, if my internet's not working, might have to wait a little bit, but you should later today receive an email that has feedback questions. So I would love your feedback, your input on your favorite things, least favorite things, suggestions. If you could do that later today or in the morning while it's still fresh, I would really appreciate you just filling that out. It's a great help. As you know, I've done a lot of in-person workshops, but these live interactive ones are still developing. So I'd love your input on that. And then questions, anytime as we go along, especially for your own individual needs, the instruments that you have and how you want to use this, is really, I'd love to be a resource to help you with that. So why don't we just spend a moment, if anybody would like to give this a try. Yeah, go ahead, Lucinda. Yeah.
Quick, I had understood before that we didn't send the notebook to you until it was completed, but I think maybe you said something earlier about when we finish a section, we should go ahead and send what we've got. No, wait till it's all done.
Yep,
Okay.
just send the workbook once it's complete. Yeah, you can ask me questions along the way, but no, I'll review it once it's complete.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a question about, drums, the ones that I get, the Remo style, which is like the black drum. I would just search for this online because I've seen it as cheap as $49, and there's another site that's selling it for $70. So the drum is called Remo, and then the style is Bahia bass drum, and I believe it's a 16-inch, might be 18. But if you search for that, you'll see that black drum come up, whether it's Amazon or Sweetwater Music, Musician's Friend. There's all kinds of websites, and just see if you can find one that has free shipping, around $60. That's a pretty good price. That style of drum. Otherwise, just drum sites in general, I'll have to think about that. I mean, I've explored and looked for drums because I have quite a percussion section, but I can't really think of a particular site at the moment, but I'll let you know if I think there's something. But just kind of the final question that I wanted to ask, if anybody wants to give this a shot, now that we're kind of coming to completion, if somebody asked you this question, how would you answer? What is sound healing? Anybody want to give that a try? How would you just think like elevator speech, just like a couple sentences. What is sound healing? Anybody want to try to answer that?
Well, maybe I think I would say that it's an attempt to bring a person's body back to its natural rhythms using different instruments.
Great. I love that. I would use that. Yeah. Nice, Susan. Lucinda, were you raising your hand?
I was halfway raising it. I think if we say everything is energy, including sound, and the vibration of sound can be used to alter the energy within and around the body to create more harmony and more opportunity for the body to heal itself. Sort of short.
I like that. Yeah, that's great as well. Absolutely. Anybody else want to add on to that? Or does that all feel pretty good?
How about like tuning your vibrational frequency?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Tuning, aligning, balancing, harmonizing, those are all great words. And, just remembering that this is, vibrational medicine. It's vibrational therapy. And really what we're trying to do is bring ourselves physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually into balance, into kind of our natural resonant frequencies. And just like I was saying on that first day, sometimes we can go out of tune, right? We can go out of sync, out of vibration. And so this is all about finding that natural tuning, that natural alignment, that natural balance through vibration and sound. Or as simple as this, using sound for health and wellness.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Marna.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, because that's such a big question. And I've been thinking because that's the first question in the workbook, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I can't do this workbook. I'm just freaking out. And then you ask this at the end of the class, right? Really cool. So it's like, I guess for me, it's like this sound, using sound, the healing of sound to bring us back to our center. Would that be what it would be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's my experience is, with certain sounds, exactly. It feels like a centering.
Okay.
Kind of a bringing within. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Natalie.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, great. And it's something to keep pondering, and it's kind of fun because if you go along this path, you will get this question. And sometimes you actually have to vary your answer depending on who's asking. Is this somebody that is involved in Reiki? Have they had massage before? Or is this very foreign and you have to think of a different way to answer it that's more about the effects of music and how it makes us feel? And yeah, so there's so many different answers and different sides to the question that usually has to do with the person asking, actually. So, okay, well, let's finish with this together. It's just our last exercise. And I just want to let you know that I'm really grateful for this weekend and us being able to move forward with this, especially, gosh, those of you that we would have been in person in Ohio, it's just been kind of up and down for half a year about whether we were going to do this or not. It's been postponed. And here we are, we were able to make this work. And I'm just grateful for your time and that you've chosen to do this for yourself, and just all the people that it's going to help, you know, for your own self-healing, and then all that you'll be able to offer other people in your life. I just thank you for doing this. It's so necessary at this time. All right, so I would like us to all just kind of expand our heart energy together as we finish this weekend. I want us to kind of spread our heart energy out to each other on the screen. And why don't we just expand that within our room, within the city, within, you know, whoever needs this heart energy, let it spread to those in need. So first, we're going to do 3 ahs. The first one's for yourself. Just get that nice ah in your heart center. And then that second ah, just share it to everybody in this class. And then that last ah, just let it radiate, and whoever needs it will receive it. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you again, all of you, for this weekend. So great to meet you all. And I look forward to expanding on this conversation and this connection. And you'll be seeing emails from me with, you know, some announcements. And of course, we'll meet again at the end of October just to share how we're all doing. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. So beautiful to meet you. Thanks for being you. Love you guys. And we will talk soon. Okay. Bye-bye, guys.